All right, there we go. Today we're doing an engine again. I haven't done this one on stream in a while. We put bigger cams in it, process West manifold, changed the turbo, and a few things. So today I'm going to try and do like a low power break-in on it. But I don't know where the low power is going to be because we're in a 35-900 flex and a few other things. So we'll see where it goes. I'm hoping for something cool. We got a bigger throttle body on here, and initially the one that we got was way too big, and the car wouldn't even, it couldn't control idle because even the throttle body was 0.4% open, like just cracked open. That was like 900 RPM, maybe 800, and then 0.7% open, which is the very next click and where that thing was able to control, would go to like $2,000, and then 1.1 was like almost $4,000. So it was practically impossible to idle. And when you'd go to drive it, you got so much air, it's low throttle setting. I had to trim the throttle down to be like 8% open at 30% where your foot is for it to even feel correct. It was just way too big of a throttle body for an engine. And that is something that exists that a lot of people don't understand, is that you can go too big on the throttle body. And in this case, we did. But before we go any further, I want to check my microphone, see if I'm using this one or if I'm on the screen here. Let's see. I'm going to tap this guy. That's that one. But it's weird. It's going to both. So I don't know why it's going to both. It's supposed to be left and right. But I guess we got double stereo. So, hey, Gustavo, how's it going? Did you get your box? Hoping you did. So yeah, so I'm gonna add the EMtron up here to the screen. Let me do that. And then I'm gonna start this car up. It's run some today already, so it should not be a shouldn't be a cold start. Where'd the window go? There it is. All right, so here it is. And then we're going to put it back on top so you can see my ugly mug. Don't have it yet, but it did arrive in Laredo. Sweet. Glad to hear it. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right. Turn the key on. Oh, where's the key? Here's the key. I forgot to turn the fans on, so I got to get those too. But I'll start it first. Okay. Not great. I can improve that. That could be a little better. Let's open the ECU. Whoopsie, I'm clicking on OBS now, not on my software. Open ECU. That's our coolant temp. So right now we're at 106. So that's not bad. It should fire up, but it didn't. Right there, it didn't pop. Okay, it needs a little more air. And maybe some more fuel. Let's see which way that fuel goes. It says 9.5. Oh, that's the target. Let's see. I want my sensor to heat up. 7s. Okay, so it's rich. All right, so we got not enough air and a little too much fuel. Now, it's got ethanol in it right now, so a little high on the fuel is needed with ethanol to get to fire. So it's going to be a slippery slope right there to get it to where it's not too much.
Hey, Dom.
What's up, dude?
What kind of red oil caps do you have? Do you just have the mostly oil one?
I have one that just says oil. I have mostly oil and oil.
Okay.
Why, what's up?
Just Tyler bought one today, so he was just wondering. I told him that there was other options. I didn't know what they were. And I forgot to ask.
Nope, just oil and mostly oil. That's
okay.
it.
Next time you come in, I'll text you. But if you want to bring one in next time,
okay,
that would be cool.
I can do that.
He was excited. He saw it. He was like, "That's it."
I like them. All right, so if we look at my post start here, I've got to add in 51% initially, and that's not bad. But if we look at our cranking comp, it's at 314, and as it cranks, it goes down some. Let's do this. I'm gonna try. We'll see. So 51's not bad. I think this guy, though. Crank exit time in seconds. Oh, that's seconds. Yeah, that's not cycles. Usually I have this in cycles. For some reason, that's in seconds. So that makes sense. It's way too rich right here. Right after. So I'm going to take this slot. I'm going to dump this down. Quite a bit. Because I don't think we need that kind of enrichment. There we go. And I'm going to take this. I'm going to blend that right here. Just a linear decrease. And that probably won't work for this section. This is still probably too much for too long when it's really cold. And actually, I should have chosen an earlier spot to blend it.
Put an extra one on that green one since it's kind of getting shitty.
Okay, appreciate it.
So hopefully you don't have to catch it.
Yeah. I mean, I've caught them before.
Oh, yeah. Try to avoid it.
Yeah.
Like this tire's a little low.
How much did it start when it started?
None.
Oh, really? None?
No.
Afterwards, it didn't go brr, 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 at all?
I didn't think so, no.
Okay.
No, if it was so small it was not notable.
Okay.
No, it actually, it cranked for maybe
Let's see that.
4 seconds? 4
So-
to 6 seconds?
So a little long.
And it popped right off and held idle, but it did the, like, 22 down to maybe 14, and then it dropped down to like 1,000.
Gotcha.
It was pretty quick though. It wasn't like it like FA cold start where it stayed at 14.
Okay.
It seemed to drop down pretty fast. But no, it fired right up.
Okay. It's a little rich in post start, so I'm going to clear that up. All right, like that. Like my lambda sensor. That's lambda control. I don't want that. I want my lambda sensor. I want to set my sensor up so it runs right now with the I want it zeroed out right now so that it runs when the key's off. Or when the key's off. When the engine's off and the key's on. I believe that's still an option with these. There it goes. Now it's online. Okay. There you go. Now I can see, hopefully, if it doesn't drop out when I do my startup here. So log this, crank. Okay. So that was a bit better. Obviously, we see some RPM fluctuation there that I can address. But that was a lot better. We're here, lambdas come back in. All right, cool. So I need to do a little less for the start. This is probably backwards, actually. What I really want is this just to be 100 because I am targeting a really high idle to begin with. When it's cold, so I don't need to have it target a higher one and fade in. Okay, so we're going to set that, save that real quick, and we'll do it one more time. Although it has warmed up to 120 degrees, so it does have a slightly higher idle target. So let's look at this. Let's compare these here. So my target here, main idle 14, so it's going to flare to 16. So I don't need that much yet. What's up?
Pressure's a little low on this tire.
Appreciate you checking. I appreciate you checking.
I just caught out of the corner of my eye when I was just in here.
I heard you say something.
Stuck my finger on the sidewall and I was like, that's definitely not cold. It's 15.
Oh, there's no pressure in that hose? Okay, so 200, 158. Gonna add that to this guy. 13. Okay, good. I like that. Okay, so I reduced that, so the throttle shouldn't bounce up initially so high. And then we're gonna go back to this again. This might be too aggressive. Let's do that. That might be too slow, but we'll try that. That should help. Wait, why is that in both spots? Okay. These are a little high. Last smidge. Okay. Did a firmware update on this thing, so there's a lot of stuff I got to redo. Boost up arrow. Yeah, eventually. Hey, Mark. Yeah, dude. It should be. We'll see. I'm doing all right. I got the... God damn it, I did it again. I had some issues with the vet. I had to fix all that shit. And now it's good, though. All right, let's try again. %. Why the fuck was the servo at 17%? Have no closed loop action. The throttle area demand here says 10.
Is 35 okay in that?
That'd be great. Here says it's at 17. What the fuck? That's why it keeps revving up so bad. And then look, it revs up and immediately drops down to 3. I wonder if that's part of the new firmware. They changed a bunch of shit in the firmware, and a lot of things are very different. And ILO control seems to be one of them. And oh yeah, and there's also now there's a table. They changed that too. And here, cranking override throttle area 5. It seems like it's adding that to my table. Let's go down. Let's do this and see what happens. It says override, but it should be a trim because it's definitely using more than 5% because it was at 17%. 17% of the throttle blade rotation, which does not match 5% here on this table. So something isn't fucking right. Oh, maybe it does. No, it does not. Because here's 5%. area demand, so it should have been 8%, which is what I had it programmed to do. And it's doing 17, which is 10%. So I'm almost thinking that this override is acting as an addition. Let's set EMtron that. EMtron hates me. I wish they didn't, but I keep finding issues, and they get so combative when I find issues. See, still 17. Throttle area demand right here, 10%. Servo position, 17%. Oh, throttle area demand, 10%. Yeah. And that is 17% rotation. Why is the demand 10%? That's this right here. This guy. That's the clamp. So for some reason, the clamp is being activated. But I don't know why, because if you look at closed loop here under idle, you'll see there's no proportional, no integral, no derivative. So there's nothing that it's trying to add to it, supposedly. But yet, here we are. Yeah, throttle area idle, 10%. And if we go to TMF here and look at that, 10% is 17. So for some reason, it's jumping to the high idle clamp, which it definitely should not be doing. Huh. Now we're lean as balls too. What's going on here? Did you see that? We're adding 25% fuel right now. Okay. This new firmware update's been really weird. There's been a lot of weird stuff, and I send them emails and they just stop answering. They think I'm a stupid American. The answer is always, oh, you're just doing something wrong. And then I send them more videos and they're like, oh, okay. It's a bummer too, because I just like to help, be part of a team. And these guys just don't want to do that. They don't like that I call them out on their bullshit, their unreasonably priced things, and their ego is just so huge. They're like, oh, we're the lead competitor of Motec and stuff. It's rough. Now the USA guy, Nick, he's awesome. He's super cool. He's helpful. He's polite. He's just a cool dude. I like him. But the New Zealand guys have not been that way. They have not been as cool. Which is weird, because usually the Kiwis kick ass. I like Kiwis. Kiwis are usually pretty awesome dudes, but these guys have not been. They have not been nice. All right. Enough venting about them. Let's try it again. Okay, less flare. That's what I wanted, and it grabbed almost instantly. That's good. The cranking, though, is too long. Oops, I did not have the right log button for that. Let's try it again. I'm being beckoned. Yeah.
Well, the cool thing is we'll have it before and after. Probably gonna have to
I hope not. That was really bad. Right.
I mean, it's a good. The design is good. It's just small.
What's that?
The factory.
Yeah, it's got a good merge.
Yeah.
A good merge is important. All right. Against this again. Try it again. There we go. That was good. That was good. I like that. I don't like that it sits on the upper clamp. Oh, it didn't that time. Why didn't it that time? What the hell's going on? Throttle demand 7%. Oh yeah, that's upper clamp right there. Yeah, yeah. And then I crank on it. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. It shouldn't sit on the clamp like that. Because auto control is not active. Like, it's not active. It shouldn't sit on the upper clamp. It should sit on the idle demand. It should sit on the cranking. This one, which I have down at 3% right now because I was hoping to see if that was, I thought maybe that was adding on. It's not. I mean, on the bright side, I can now play with that upper clamp and see how much it likes, it prefers for starting. Just change the clamp and then I'll change everything at once, but it's not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to do that, but I know that when I email EMtron and say, hey, this isn't working right, they're going to tell me it's my fault. Well, you're doing something wrong. I'm always doing something wrong according to you guys. All right, closed loop, hold time, 107 min throttle blend. This starts to blend into the idle throttle area demand. State the reason that this clamps are calculated idle and prevents unintended values when calibrating the function. Yeah, so what's going on? I could probably lower this down because I have such a big throttle body on here. Okay, let's see what we got now. Oh, I gotta fix that throttle calibration. I dulled it down because we had that huge throttle body on it and it wasn't working. So I go back to this guy again. You see how much I dulled it down? 20% is 9. I had to bring it way, way down because it just was not working. All right, now let's do that. Hey, there we go. Okay. I still might dull that a smidge because it's still big, but it was so much before. Like that. Just a couple percent. And then this guy too. Like that. There we go. There we go. Nice. That's good. I like that. It's recovering well. It's still a smidge high because we're still technically in warm-up. 180. No, that's fine. That's pretty close. Our target is set at 1,000, and that was because having so many issues with that other throttle body. I could probably drop this down a smidge and bring it to 950. Could probably do better at 950 now that the throttle body isn't too big. And I appreciate the guys doing it. They really wanted to make something cool. You know, they were trying really hard to give it the best chance, but you can have too much throttle body. As you see right now, the idle position is 2, which means that it still doesn't take much to get air into the engine. That hole's just too big, right? If I had this huge hole and I just cracked that blade open a little bit, so much air. But now, oh, I like it. I like it. So much better. Oh, brake's still on dyno. All right, let's cover the tack. Oh, did I turn the fans on? Oh, I did. I got the front fans on. Look at that. I did the back ones, not the front ones. All right. Fan just turn off. Idle is a smidge high right now. Before I change this. So right now what I have, these things have TMF fueling, right? And that stands for throttle mass flow. It's this concept that Bosch came up with that they've started using a lot at EMtron. It's kind of what they base their entire model on. Okay. Now this TMF idea is basically you have an orifice, and if you know the pressure from either side of that orifice and the diameter of that orifice, then you know the air flowing through that orifice. And so in this case, that orifice is the throttle body. That's why I have that table that says throttle body area percentage, and that's percentage of the total area, which is 76 millimeters, I think, for this one. I forget what it is. I think 76 millimeters. Anyways, so if you, let's just double check that real quick. No, 68. That's what it was. It was 78 before it was too big. We went to a 68. Factory is 60. This is still almost a 30% increase in area. That's one thing that people don't realize, that when you add to a circle, you get a lot of area really quickly. That's why like a large pizza is like way more than a medium. People don't realize how much more pizza you get in a large than a medium. Like, because it's just the surface area increases dramatically as you add diameter. So from a 60 to a 68 is a huge difference. And that's what drives me crazy about LS guys. I'm like, oh, I gotta get this 102 millimeter throttle body. I'm like, dude, that's over their initial 68. Is that, I think that's what like an LS1 was, like 68 or 70 something, and they go put 100 on them. Like, dude, you've added 200% to the throttle body area, and the engine doesn't need it. There's not enough volume going in there. Oh, my idle control sucks. Yeah, because you got a way too big of a throttle body on it. So going big on the throttle body definitely has its disadvantages, and that's pretty much global with these things. I tell everyone, always use the smallest injector you can get away with. Always use the smallest anything really that you can get away with, because you want to have the best resolution, the smallest MAF diameter you can get away with, the smallest throttle body in this case you can get away with, the lightest valve spring you can get away with, and a Subaru is important. And a V8 is not as big of a deal. However, the heavier spring than you need is harder on the push rods, meaning you need a bigger push rod, and then right, it can avalanche in a V8 LS. You can avalanche. So going too heavy on the springs is bad. Going too heavy on the springs of the EJ is even worse because they're non-regenerative valve train. Going too big on injectors is bad. Going too big on your ports is bad. Going too big, I mean, I'm saying, like, everything. Always use the smallest that you can get away with. And throttle body is one of those things. Use the smallest one you can because you get more resolution out of it. So. And what you have is a car that idles really well. And this car right now, you can't see it because it's not on the screen really. It's great right now. I mean, it's a smidge higher than I wanted, so I'm gonna push it down some, but it's fucking rock steady. And this has got big cams in it, 2.3 liters, big cams, big intake manifold, and all of that. And the idle fluctuation is like 30 or 40 RPM, and that's really good. So now the question is, what do I need to do? Well, I look here and I see that my air mass for the throttle is 3.2, but my air mass as by my VE table is 5.1, and I'm lean. My total mass is 4.2, and again, I'm lean by 25-30%, which that seems really weird right now, but that's what it says. And with 5 or 4.2, I should not be lean. This thing is adding enough fuel for 4.2 grams per second of air. I should not be lean. So let me check my idle control really quick. with ignition. Let's see where my ignition's at. So right now, okay, so we saw there, it's pulling down this idle speed because we were slightly above it. You can see it's just barely above it. And the idle control is trying to pull it down to right on it. But we haven't given the idle enough authority on the throttle body to actually do so. The other issue we have, though, is that clearly the 3.2 is not right either, because if 3.2 was correct, then the fueling would be way closer. So I need to do two things. I need to reduce the amount of area that the idle control is seeing, but I need to increase the amount of fuel. Now, what that means is in my TMF table here, my throttle body model, my area table, is wrong. So what I got to do is I got to tell it that this is more than it thinks it is. Okay, so I go up. What that'll do is that I go, oh, that's too much air. I need to close the throttle. But then it also goes, oh, that's also more air. I need to add fuel. And that's the exact direction I want to go. I'm going to go the more fuel, less air route. So I'm going to grab this whole thing right here. I'm just going to do a change right here. You see this big jump, actually. I got 285 to 21. That's a 7.7 jump. And then I got this little 0.5 here. So clearly, I've got too much going on there. And then this next jump is only 0.1-ish. So clearly, this isn't set up right. This was before on the old throttle body. I was trying to make that gigantic throttle body work, and it wasn't. So now what you see, if you look down in the middle of the screen, you see the green line's coming up. That green line is my throttle fuel estimate for TMAF, and that's coming up. And we also see that the idle is now dropping because I told it, no, 8% or 4% of the throttle is now exposed, not whatever it was. Okay, so I'm gonna keep adding right here in this range. And I'm just going to keep an eye on these steps. How big are these steps? And it's not linear because it's a circle, and as you shut it, it loses surface area. It's not linearly with percentage. So don't get stuck thinking it has to be linear, and you can see my graph on it. It looks kind of linear, but in reality it's not. It should be a little boop and a swoop, kind of like that, but it should be a little more gradual and then sudden. I don't know how else to describe a shape that's not a line or a triangle or a square or something. But anyways, what you can see now is that this is getting closer. Grams per cylinder now is 0.11, and that's getting closer. Now let's go back to our fuels table and look at that. So here we got, okay, so our TMF now has gone up to 3.8. So that's closer, right? And our total fuel has gone to 4.1 still. Oh, that's interesting. Because this came down a smidge. But anyways, we'll see that it came up, and it added a little bit of fuel by bringing it up. Now what I can check is our blending table. Not this one. I'll explain what that one is later. Okay, so right now I got our fuel split 50-50. So let's make this a 0 real quick. So make this a 0. Now you'll see our air mass final matches our map, which is our VE tables. Okay. And our, I don't know why he keeps doing this. He keeps taking, whenever I go to this table, it takes away my target, my throttle one. And that's really annoying. Throttle, air, mass, flow. Throttle, mass, flow 1. There we go. Okay. So now you see throttle mass flow is 4, but our final matches that. So I've taken the throttle mass out of it completely. So that calculation is no longer being used. And still, I'm 11% off, which is crazy because no Subaru should idle at 5 grams per second unless the AC is running or something. The AC is not running in this. It goes up a little bit when you add cams and you have a bigger manifold because it takes more air with a weaker air signal. So that makes a bit of a difference. The bigger manifolds make a bit of a difference. It's going to add some air to what's needed to make it idle. Bigger cams are going to need more. And a bigger intake manifold is going to need a little more air. And again, that's because we lose the quality of our air signal. We lose velocity. Ported heads as well, we're losing velocity. And so there are mixture as it enters the chamber isn't as well homogenized. It's not mixed up as well as it could be. So now that was, I'm guessing, a coolant fan. And it didn't come in well. So we got to figure that out, how to get the fan to come in a little softer. But I want to check, though, since I did so many changes to the throttle, so we just put the throttle body juggle wire on, I want to check this and see how close is it following. Not stellar. Yeah, not great. So purple is what we want to do. Green is what it is doing. We're getting a little hunting with it. And during those changes, it's why does that say it's the channel when it's right here? So that should be a logging window. Is it not? Huh. What's going on? Why does this have parameters on it if there's nothing on it? Alright, let's get rid of you. Let's try another one. Let's redo this. I don't know why it was saying it had parameters in it but not showing any parameters. That was really weird. Alright, so we're going to do this. We're going to set some parameters. I want to know my drive-by-wire servo position. Okay. Which is on the left one. Oh, that's drive-by-wire 2 servo position. That needs to be changed as well. So I want to know where the servo is going. I don't need engine speed. I want to know my motor current. Drive-by motor position. This guy. And yeah, that's it. I just want those two. Okay. So negative 13%. And we can look at that. Okay, we got negative 13% here. We go to our integral, it's negative 6%. So if I check my feed forward right here, what's this say? Negative 10-ish to 0. Oh, so it's in between those two. So it looks like it's like a negative 5 around there, negative 9 or something. So if we say it's negative 9 and it's adding 9 more or 8 more, it's 17. So much less than 9, so it's like 8 or so. But this number plus that one, or this number from that one should equal that one, right? Or this one plus this should equal this. So if this, say it was right on this block and it was negative 10, and this is negative 5.8, then this should be negative 15.8. That's what I'm trying to say. But you see, it's not quite 10. It's a linear between 0 and 10. And so it looks like it's probably 7 or so. What the fuck is going on? Looks like it's probably 7 or so. 7 and 5 is 12. So there you go. I can see that. So I'm doing this because I just want to see if this motor is bouncing around. It's not. This motor is really steady. Yeah, motor's really, really steady there. Unfortunately, the scaling on this graph shows it being, doesn't give us any negatives. Display min, there we go, minus 100. Hit OK, there we go. Okay, so we can watch left. We see left, we see the target goes up, but the position kind of pops up really, really hard there. How high is that pause? I hit P. P will pause your run times here. Let's measure this. So that's 1.6, and then that is 2.0. So it's jumping 0.4 with this increase in the target. But if we look at our duty cycle, the difference is minuscule. I mean, it went from right here, negative 12 to negative 10, negative 8, and then it pops up a bunch, and then it comes down. That's a bummer. I mean, with almost no input, we're getting these big step changes. That's not ideal. I'm going to change my drive wire frequency and see if I can get that to be a little easier. I'm going to go to 1,000. Go 1,000 on this frequency and see if that helps make this more controllable. Basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a little more current out of it, so a little more motor torque with a change in percentage. So basically trying to make this percentage more effective. We'll see if this works. Okay. All right, did you see that now? It followed the target. Look at that, how much closer that is. There's no overshoot there, right? So we pause that, we can see now that it was 1.6 and it went to 1.9, which is less than the 2, and it almost followed this guy just right. And you see a little jitter here between those 2 points. That pressure there shows us that it's only going to read in 0.1 increments, but whether that moves in 0.1 is a whole other story. It looks like it's going to move in like 0.2-ish increments, 0.1, 0.2, somewhere in that range. But anyways, so we got a little more motor current, and that worked better. Someone's in my house. Looks like custom pistons are here. Sweet. No, those are not his pistons. Those are what? Oh man, I was hoping those pistons were here. It wasn't those. All right, so on pause runtimes. So there you go. You can see how the frequency made an immediate improvement in how precise that drive-by-wire throttle body was. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. This is important. See that? That action there. Let's pause that again. Okay, so which one of these was too active? Proportional. Proportional is way too active. See that? So that was causing the throttle body position to change. It was oscillating back and forth really quickly. Now, you can reduce proportional or increase derivative. Either one of those will have this, not the same, a similar effect. Now, this is very high. 15 is very high. I think I did that before to get some to work. And 5 is pretty low, because normally these things are like in the 40 range. So let's do both. Let's put this at 25. Let's just do that. Okay, usually these are, like I said, like 40. And then let's do that again, and let's see if we get the same action. Okay, nothing. Won't repeat. Okay, let's pause these. So now what you can see, if you look at this one, this runtime, now look at this yellow. See this yellow popped up really quick? The yellow popped up and canceled out the proportional, said, no, you're not going to do that shit that you were doing a second ago, right? Where the proportional was free to roam up and down, and the derivative was given hardly anything. Now, the benefit of this is that this can often give you a more quicker responding throttle because the proportional is more aggressive, and then the derivative helps keep it from overshooting its target. So it definitely helps out in throttle control. We can see here that is really close. Let's go back to what that was and see if it does it again. Let's go to 5. Immediately, look at that. Immediately it's back. Back to 25. Boom, stops. So PID control, which I talk about all the time in my tuning videos, is important. And you can see here how quickly some derivative will cancel out proportional. Now, like I said, that proportional is pretty aggressive, but it seems to be working right now. But then again, we saw earlier how the motor current, a small change in motor position, made a bigger change in the resultant throttle position. So it may be beneficial to reduce the portion a little bit to keep it from needing or to immediately inputting such large changes. So it really depends. That's the thing that's interesting about the EMtron is they give us the ability to adjust all the PID controls ourselves, which in some cases is not a blessing because they can be really hard to nail down. Haltech and Link have default PID settings that they establish based on how the throttle blade behaves during the calibration procedure, and they're really good. That's the only thing that I give Haltech is that their PID strategy for the throttle control is actually pretty good. So is Link's though. Link's is really good, and I wish that EMtron had an automatic one too, because going through all this for every throttle body type is a pain in the dick, and to have, set ones or have a procedure where it automatically goes advanced, it checks the current, recharge it checks the current, gives it a zoop zoop really quick and checks the delay and all that, and programs all that automatically, would be pretty sweet. Because I mean, if Link and Haltech can do it, I would think that that EMtron can do it too. So okay, now that might have an effect with the startup throttle. Not a whole lot, but might have some. So speaking of that, let's do one more hot start, and then I'm gonna start driving it. I'm gonna give it a little rev, and then put my foot to the floor when I turn the key off, because I want to clear the fuel out, act like it's been sitting for a while. Ooh, that was good. That was actually really good. Okay. All right, I lost connection. That means ECU shut down. Turn it back on. I want to hit my log. And I'm going to pray that it starts good. Could be better. Could have been better. Some of my feet. I pushed the clutch in and I felt my right foot move. What the hell's going on down there? Oh, it's one of these gigantic fucking floor mats. Ugh. Come back. Where's it stuck on? Okay. There we go. All right. So you see the RPM dipped really hard right there. That's a bummer. Idle position, though, it went from 7, which is that max clamp again for some fucking reason, and then down to 2. And I don't think I have 2 on there. Why do you go to 2? Let's double check. Maybe I don't think I set that low, though. Idle speed control. Idle speed. Oh. Let me double check that log again. That is area demand, 2%. Yeah, I didn't. I do not believe I commanded 2% on my area demand there. Tuning, idle speed control, idle position, 4. Yep, no 2% there. Jesus Christ, why are you doing that? Position offset. This one? Nope. Do I have anything killing it on accident? No. No, these are all positive for loads. Nothing there. Let's do this. Hit 0. See where we're at. Yeah, I mean, our idle target was 12, the speed was 13, so it was above our target speed. And it says our speed is 12 the whole time. And if you go to, say, an idle target of 1200, and we look that up, for our idle target of 1200, we have, oops, that's not it, this one. We have a position of 5. Or is that, what is that, 5.9? 5.8? I can't see my, it's in the way. 5.6. So 5.6 is where it should have been. But for some reason, it is not right. Yeah, it's just riding the clamp all the time. I'll just make this 7 also. What's that do? Does that affect it some? that's not right. I'm going to reset the ECU again. Look over here on the right. So if we look on the right here, idle target 12, 24. Idle position 12%. Where the fuck is 12% at? So 5.6 is 9%, not 12. Yeah, 5.6. So a 12 target should give us 5.6 for grams per second. But that's grams per second, that's not area. You know what? I'm taking this off TMI idle. I'm not dealing with that shit anymore. I'm taking it off that idle. I am not fucking with it anymore. Something clearly ain't right with this one. This might rip it up. No, something ain't right. I'm not dealing with that shit anymore. We're going straight to position instead of airflow at idle, because that's just, I don't have time for that. Well, definitely not 44% throttle. 0.1 multiply. Okay, that's 5% throttle. That should probably work. Damn it, it would rev up if I activated that while it was going, and it was set to 44%. That would be fun. Okay, not like that. It wasn't a million RPM. Bring this down. Oh, that's too many. One inch position, probably 3-ish. Try 2.9. I like it. Okay. Now what's interesting now is that without the TMF in there, look at our idle's not going up when we rev it. So something with the TMF strategy is making the idle not work correctly, because when I rev it, it pops up that idle target as if it's in a startup mode. You see, that's not happening here. And what it's doing is this setting here Not this one. This one right here. Oh, this is. Yeah, this setting here used to add on to it, and clearly that wasn't working. So, but yeah, that's weird. Now there's no. Definitely don't need 40% throttle for that. 4 maybe. And then we'll go -3, which might be too much still. All right. I have no proportional on my idle because I don't want it to oscillate. And proportional can often create oscillations. Integral, I don't want very aggressive either because I really want this throttle blade to be more steady, and I want ignition advance to do more of it. Now right now we're getting a high idle because my offsets, my position offsets, are still set for grams per second and not throttle position. So like this fan right here now is 4%, which obviously is too much. Even 1% is probably too much. But something's wrong with the TMF right now for idle control, so I'm not dealing with that shit anymore. And we definitely don't want that. We definitely don't want 15% when AC is kicked on. And power steering, we don't want 20% when AC is kicked on. All right, let's fix that. That's still probably too much. Yeah, that's way too much. So bring that down. Bring this to 1.5. Make this a 1. Actually, this is 0.6 like that. Aircon, that might be okay. That might be okay. Definitely don't want to give it that much throttle idle. Okay. Nor do we want to have 35% authority either. I'm going to change all this stuff back. Okay. So now my idle position is changing by 0.5% per step. Well, that ain't gonna fucking work. 0.5% per step is way too freaking much. I want half of that. Let's see if that helps any. Nope. Anyways, this is really kind of a pain in the ass. This is really kind of a pain in the ass. I'm sure a little boring. Alright, let's see. I missed all the freaking comments, so I apologize. Let me go back. Holy moly, guys. You guys have been talking. I've been ignoring you. I'm so sorry. Mark said hi. Boost up arrow. Gustavo said, Connor, hey, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Hey, thanks, Connor. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $20 for the super gift there. I much appreciated. Throttle mapping, that's my current tuner does, and act like making a tuning changes. I have access port unlocked and caught him trying to that bullshit. Oh, right, the whole like make it more aggressive than it actually is. Yeah, I gotcha. Make it feel like it's faster. Whiskey fun for Mark. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you very much. I'm not currently drinking. That comes up in March, so I have not had any alcohol since January 3rd. It's because I'm on a diet. And I don't know if you can see it or not, my face is not as fat as it was. Well, the camera does that at 20 pounds. So, but yeah, I've been on a strict diet, and I have lost 14 pounds. Many of my shirts have actually become too small because I've been working out and putting on so much muscle mass in my shoulders and arms. So I've been putting on muscle mass and losing weight. So it's been good. It's been really good. I'm also doing a lot of low carb stuff right now and all that. So, you know, that'd be good. Dustin, on the injector front, does ID make bigger small body injectors now than the 850s? Remember back when I had a small turbo? Since it was enough. Yeah, they have 2600 cc small body injectors. So they have 2600, the 1750s, the 13s, the 1050s, and everything. They all are small body technically. So yeah. Dyno, what's up, dude? I see you got the big jacket out. How's the weather? Well, there's snow on the ground, so that's how the weather is. Not snow here, but there's snow at home, and my home is that way, which looks like I'm pointing up on the camera. So let me go. It's that way, right towards you guys, to the east, and it's due east from here, and it's also a couple hundred feet higher in elevation, closer to the big lake, and on the prairie. So there's snow at my house when there isn't here, and usually my house is a lot colder than this here. So I wasn't paying attention, but I think the word is velocity. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but let's see. So you're thinking when I said air signal. No, air signal is definitely what I meant, but it is essentially velocity. But it's more than just raw velocity. It's the ability of the air to accelerate, as well as it just being fast, right? So the air signal is when I open a valve and the air is able to accelerate, I get a ramp in acceleration relatively quickly. That's what I'm talking about. So, any tips for stock ECU drive-by-wire tuning? I'll make more responsive for better throttle blips and having precise small angle control. Yeah, there's nothing available. You don't have any control over stock ECU drive-by-wire as far as the PID strategy is concerned. All you have is the ability to change it based on requested torque, and there is room to do that. Based on which ROM you're using, I don't know which one it is, but if you look at the 07 STI, for example, when your foot goes to 35%, you get 12. And when your foot goes to 72%, you get 35. So for a lot of the stuff after 07, the throttle is no longer very linear. It's very dead, and it pops up, especially 07. At 72% of your foot, it's 35% throttle. Then you go to 73 or 75%, and then throttle pops to 100% open. There's no intermediate in there. It's really shitty. So what you'd want to do is fix that. They did that because the EPA changed the emission standards right around 07, and everything had to meet this more strict emission standard. So that was one of the issues. So anyways, yeah, changing requested torque and making the throttle more linear than it is will get you there. And to do that, you would log your accelerator position and your throttle position. Log those two positions, and then shoot for something that responds better, something that's closer to your accelerator position. Now, if you look at EMtron here, when my foot's at 20, I'm asking not for 20% throttle, but 20% opening surface area, cross-section of the throttle area, I should say, right? So 20% of the total area, which is only going to be like 12% throttle positions. That's what that table shows with that curve, right? And if you know some trig, or if you did calculus where you would do the calculus function to get the area of a circle based on the rotation of a throttle blade, you would know that that's the case, that when it first starts opening, right, it's the circle inside of a circle, and you tilt the circle away, and you gain a little bit of cross-section at the top and the bottom. A little crescent forms. And it's small. And then as it rotates away through the middle, like 45 degrees-ish range, you start to see a larger increase in area as the blade moves down until you get to what's almost 90, and then it's just small crescent again. So very little change in the area in the small throttle blade positions this way and this way. Most of it happens in this sweep. So in the EMtron, they go by throttle area, and so that's why you'll see that the curve looks like this for the throttle area. Even though I may be saying I want 10% area with 10% input, I'm not getting 10% throttle. I'm getting like, it's at 8% or something like that. So let's see. Kia Ora, I use EMtron on the race cars, watching with interest. Yeah, EMtron's it's a blast right now, but something's funky with this latest update on the auto control. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna try and get my stuff together because, like I said, they always yell at me when I send an email going, "I don't think this is right, guys." Connor with another $9. Thanks, dude, or $10, $9.99. Are you excited about the EPA being defunded? Less regulations in shops. Yeah. So, yes and no. Yes and no. They don't need less money. What they need is a different focus, right? They need to focus more on bigger offenders and stop going for these cash grabs, right? When you defund them, they go for more cash grabs. They go and they hit other businesses and stuff. They go for the little guys that can't afford expensive lawyers. So that's my issue with it, is that they don't need to necessarily less money. What they need is more oversight, so they can't just willy-nilly apply more laws that are bullshit and rules that are bullshit. And then they need a change in focus, so they're not just attacking the people that can't defend themselves, which is us single-person tuners and whatever. So, but I like clean air and I like clean water, so I'm not totally against the EPA. I am against a lot of the stuff that they've done and how they've strangled the internal combustion engine by trying to say, trying to set impossible standards for them to meet, to try and force electric cars into existence, which are bad for the environment too, with batteries. They're bad for the environment with batteries. If they had other things that stored energy, then we'd be in better shape. So that's how I feel. Yes and no. I want them to leave us tuners alone. I want them to leave motorsports alone, because that's such a small percentage of the population that does motorsports. But I don't want to pour water out of my tap and have it explode, like in Pennsylvania. So that's how I feel about that. So, all right, back to this EMtron. So now, hey, that's what I think they are doing. They're going after their overreach. They want to have them exist, but it went to Congress and made laws, not the EPA. Right, yeah, Congress makes laws, not the EPA, but the EPA has making laws because Congress said, we give blanket authority, and that's total bullshit. And so that needs to be gotten rid of. But that doesn't need to go away with money, right? Because the money, if they go after big offenders, big business, they're going to need expensive lawyers, basically, is what's going on, right? They're going to need a lot of money to fund that shit, because the big business guys are kind of the big corporations that pollute a lot, like the aluminum corporations. Holy fuck, dude. The aluminum shit's so bad. Yeah, those guys are going to defend themselves, tooth and nail and go crazy. So I'm not happy with this this idle control. It is not getting better. I don't want to fucking email EMtron because they're so mean. But as you can see now, my idle position is changing 0.5%, and 0.5% is making big changes in my idle. And before I was getting smaller changes, so I got to figure out why it's doing it. Let's put this as 0. All right, so my integral's at 0, and I'm at the minimum clamp. Integral is -3, but I have it at 0. What the fuck are you doing, EMtron? What are you doing? My integral clamp is -1. Why is my integral... What the fuck? My integral clamp was -1, and it said my integral was at -3. Okay, so now I'm moving my integral right now. This is my integral cap, and my throttle's moving, even though I have my integral PID set at 0. 0. See that? That's fucking 0. Why is it? Okay, everything's going to 0. That's what we're doing. We're going to 0. Okay, now the blade will not move based on idle. And as you see now, it's high. So let's do that. Let's drop this down to a spot where it's going to idle. Let's go to my position offset for cooling fan, because clearly that's too much, like that. .6 might be all right for this. I don't know about AC yet. I haven't done that yet. Power steering offset, probably not going to be that big either. Let's go like that. go back to this. So 950 is our target. We're at 1050. Our ignition is trying to pull it down. You see our time has gone down to 5. So how much further do we got to go down our initial position to get this thing to idle? Go down again. Okay, so that's 1. There you go, that's 1%. Again, we're looking at what happens when you got a huge throttle body. 1% is a problem. The fact that we're idling at 1% is definitely a problem. So the fan kicked on, which brought up our idle, as you can see. Okay, so now we're within 25 RPM of our idle target. No oscillation or anything is occurring. Let's go to rev, see what happens. Okay, let's do a little more. Do it rev. Take my engine functions, do my idle control, lockout. Oopsie. I want to get one more click down here. Bring this down. Like that. And then let's bring this down a smidge. Like that. Let's see if that helps the idle at all. Still dips. Still dips. What was interesting is that the timing was still pretty laggy. And of course, like I said before, the idle control is not going up, right? Like the idle speed, the dashpot function that did work before doesn't work now. So let's do this. How does I do this now? Let's kick back into the right spot. Let's find out. Oh, so it used to be that you could adjust this section even though it said idle startup, and it would change that peak as well. So I guess they fixed that one. But right now I wish we had it because I would like it to hang a little bit and then come down. So now we're in this weird predicament where the throttle body I'm really hating this. Okay, the compensation is 0, so why did it turn off? Compensation, map comp, 0. User comp, 2, 0. It doesn't have to shut it down? Weird.
You want anything from McDonald's?
Thank you. Dude, they got rid of the decay control in throttle position. Man, they are really, really, really pushing for you to use TMAF for everything, and it ain't fucking working. I don't know if you're in here, fucking Anton, but I would avoid this latest firmware update. I'm not liking it. At all. I'm downright fucking irritated by it. Okay, I'll make my own fucking dashpot then. Alright, that's one thing about the EMtron, and a lot of ECUs, honestly, not just the EMtron by any fucking stretch. Don't think I'm sucking no EMtron dick. It's clearly by how irritated I am today. I'm not. But you can make tables based on what you want them to do, you know. And so what I just did here was add my own dashpot function, if you will, and that just raises the idle for a period after you've let off the throttle. So I set a timer. So I did my target offset. I use this table, set a timer. This is a TPS close timer. And right now you see it's right here at 11 seconds. But as soon as I touch it, it resets. As soon as I come off, And now the idle is going to decay away and fit much better. There's the rev. Here's the idle catch. No more dip. Problem fucking fixed. Enough of that shit. Okay. Now I'm going to re-enable closed loop though. I'm going to hope that the closed loop system is able to be small enough. It has small enough changes that it will behave correctly and not create oscillations like it was doing before. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm just going to say that. That's too much. We don't want that at all. We want like half, maybe one down there. Up here, for some reason, if it's revving too high, we want to not rev high. So I want to give the ability to shut that down. Okay. So here we are. Let's check out our ignition again. Let's see how we're doing. Okay, so we're really close to our target. Let's go. Let's give it one bump. That's it. One bump. Is that enough? Did you do anything? No. Let's go another bump. Let's go a couple bumps here. Is that enough for anything to happen? Now we see here our idle is in grams per second. Our idle proportional is in grams per second, and we're not in that anymore. We're in percentage. Oh, look, there it is. There's that oscillation I was worried about. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now that oscillation there that you're seeing, that is 30 RPM. So maybe up to 60. I can deal with that. Let's see what happens with the rev. Cool. Dashpot works. Enough of that shit. I'm tired of it. Boy, that was more painful than it fucking had to be. So I think there is. Is there a firmware update where most everything is stable enough? The last one. Yeah, the last one before this. And maybe this one is the way it is because... Ooh, that's a lot of... I need to back that throttle down. That is sensitive. All right. Wow, she is just ready to rip. What am I giving it? My foot is hardly giving it anything. Six. That's weird. This says 8. That said 19, and this is only in the 8s. let's try that. Okay. Oh, so much better. Oh, it was better. What happened? Oh, I lost my throttle. Motherfucker. Oh, God damn it. EMtron told me that this Ford throttle would be no problem. They specifically designed their software to run this Ford throttle. Well, guess what? It ain't fucking working. What the fuck? I'm clicking on it. Alright, let's try it with 5. Alright, software's glitching out. That's no surprise. It's been glitching out for me like crazy. Oh, it's gone. EMtron itself fucking crashed its communications. Alright. Oh, I gotta raise that idle cranking now. That probably works correctly. Oh, that's 5. That should be fine. Smaller throttle. Move that down. That didn't work. That didn't save either. None of these fucking changes are saving. How many did not save? Nothing fucking saved. What the fuck? Oh my god, none of this saved. What the fuck is going on? Ugh. Wow. None of that fucking saved. Oh my god. Nothing for like the last hour. Wow. That is something. None of that saved either. Did this one save? No. Well, if I don't need this one, then I won't use it. Alright, nothing fucking saved. Oh, there goes the throttle again. No, something's wrong. The car just shut off. What the fuck does that say? Lambda... Oh, launch limit. Oh, that's right. So I dumbed it down when it's on the launch control. I'm getting zapped by this computer. I'm holding it and something's shocking me on the computer. Every time I grab the body of it, I get zapped. What the fuck is going on? I lost connection to EMtron again. Yeah, so I'm gonna see if they put jumper cables on the car. Usually put jumper cables on the static buildup. No, they didn't. That's got zap touching the dyno. Well, this is going crazy, huh? I'm getting zapped by static. Okay, here we go. The car must have just developed so much static on the dyno that it was crashing the comms on the EMtron and shocking me when I held the laptop. That is insane. All right, and now the throttle's still back where it was, all because nothing saved. Alright, that's our new throttle curve. Let's see if that works. Oh, that's very nice. Now we're talking. All right. That's much nicer. That's crazy. Static buildup was causing that much issue. All right, let's check my messages really quick. Man, static is a thing, isn't it? All right, let's see. Cool. I have a 35-900. I look forward to seeing what you can extract out of it. My guess is, yeah, Mohammed, that will absolutely never happen. 33 to 35 psi is almost guaranteed to overspeed the turbo on this dyno. But I appreciate the sentiment. And I doubt 740 is possible with this turbo on this dyno, but maybe. By I doubt, I mean fat chance. A 900 is not going to do 740 wheel horsepower. Not on this dyno. Not without overspeeding the hell out of it. I'm trying to mostly Australians, not Kiwis. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I was thinking Kelford. Kelford's the Kiwis. Kelford's cool as shit. Although there are many working Kiwis working among there, to be fair. Sounds like static buildup. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And then, yeah, so normally we put jumper cables on the chassis, but Lane didn't do it. We have jumper cables back there to ground the chassis to the dyno to prevent the static buildup, and they didn't do it. But the cables were laying there, so we forgot when we put it on the dyno. All right, let's do a little. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's change this. All right, let's give it a little partial throttle roll in here. Said rev limit at 5,000 earlier, and so our manifold pressure here, where it's air fuel is lambda. We don't want that. Okay. So right now, whoopsie, we are in TPS only mode. I forgot to tell you guys I did that, and not even TMAF, but just TPS, straight TPS. When I said I'll get back to that, I'll get to you on that in a second. I'll show you right here. So right now I'm between two V tables. I have one based on throttle position only. And then I have another one here that's based on map. Okay, so typical speed density here and alpha N here. And then with this blend table, I blend them based on position of the SI drive. So in that last pull out was an I mode, which is 0, which is all TPS. This is a fail safe I put on these cars. So if guys have issues with some of the sensors, a TMAF, map sensor, or whatever, then they can punch it into I mode, and then it'll only operate off TPS. Now, I just did that. That was only TPS, and it was lean as balls as soon as it started coming a little bit of boost. So I got to adjust that. Now, I did have a table set up for that, but I don't know if it's working or not. Let's find out. Yeah, so here is that table, and you can see here when it's in that mode only, it adds fuel based on pressure. But I didn't do this map based on testing yet, because it's the first time this is seen boost in this configuration. And as we can see by what just happened, is it clearly wasn't enough, because at 120 it was adding a lot of fuel. So we go here logging and look and see that at 140 it was lean by 30 something %. Okay, at 120 kPa it was lean by the same. It's about 30. It actually hit 30% lean, almost like a switch. Oh, okay. And so what that means is that probably came off the throttle math, because I also have the TMAF in there as well. So we got air mass here. Here's our air mass. Where's our map air mass? It's the same as, wait, why is there 2 map air masses? Air mass model, gram per cylinder, okay. Well, anyways, what we can see is that the final and all these match, because I have no TMAF going on. But I do have TMAF right here. You see that the map air mass and throttle air mass are different, and air mass final is, no, that's still TMAF right there. No. Okay, so I have it all 0, period, which I did earlier, right? I thought that didn't save. Let's go back and see. That's this one. So I was right there in this 0 section, that's why. So if we go back to 50, like I wanted to be, to 50, well, first let's not do that. Let's put this all to 0. Get rid of that spot right there. All right, so all 0. So that means that in full, in my full throttle position based 84, 804, 804, I'm lean as hell. So let's do that. Let's figure out where that is. So we go to tune. We see right here. Wow, that's a big drop in timing right there, huh? Oh no, it's only a couple degrees. It looks like a big drop all of a sudden. That's 38 and that's 36, so 2 degrees. All right, so we're lean here. We're lean. I'm pretty lean everywhere. It just gets worse. It just gets worse as we add load. So this pressure here is, this is idle, and here we are at 8%, then we come here and we're at 10%, then 11%, 12%. So as the pressure increased, the delta went up. So we'll go back to my map here. Where'd you go? This guy. And I'll hit 0 again. It's not showing it on here. That's fine. That's another EMtronism that I really enjoy. It often does not show us what we ask it to. It's really annoying. It doesn't always show the log. That's what I should say. Now, as back pressure goes up, this will drop, right? As back pressure goes up, the VE will start to tank. So I'm just going to leave this here until we get to that point. Add some more, and then try it again. All right, if we see our air fuel bouncing around right there, it means I got too much going on my closed loop control. That was one thing they adjusted in one of these firmware updates a while back too, is that they added, they changed the way the scaling worked. I don't know if that was intentional, if they were fixing the fuck up, but it wasn't any of their notes. But I do know that every car, after we firmware updated it, had an issue with all the PID strategies. Now that's the rev limiter, that's why it's going, it's cutting on me there. I have it set at 55 right now. All right, so now we can see that the air fuel is within 3%. Okay, so that's a good start. It's 7% right there. 7% rich there, but now it's within 3% up here. Okay, I like that. I like that. I don't need this fucking rev limiter anymore. Okay, so that's good. Still laggy as balls though. Oh, the power improved though. Quite a bit. It's weird how that behaves. Things behave when you have fuel. All right, let's do this again. So this again, try and get this TPS system, backup system good. You'll be shocked to make 740? Yeah, I'll be very shocked. Yeah. Well, shit, let's look at the speed. Let's turbo speed right now. My boost tab go. Turbo speed's 101,000 RPM already. And this one's limited to 140. So, 140 or 160? I'll double check. It's either 140 or 160. But, yeah, I would be... Now, a lot of guys push these without ever watching the turbo speed. They tune them like regular turbos and they blow them up because they tune it without watching speed, and they think that they tune it like you would tune an older style turbo where you would add boost, the power goes up, add boost, power goes up, like 20 horse per pound, then 15, then 10, and when they got between 10 and 5, like, all right, turbo's about done, stop. If you do that to one of these, they'll grenade. They won't last, because that actually means you're overspeeding it. Because the compressor map on these is made to be extremely efficient at the limit. So guys push through the limits all the time without realizing it. All right, let's do it again. I also forgot the boost limiter. The rev limiter was fine, but the boost limit, I forgot to change that. All right, so what did we hit? We hit almost 14 pounds by 47. That's a little better than it was with the old header. Okay, let's fix that. Whoops, stop it. Boost target was 150. Yep, because I turned the boost target down. So the map limit came on for that reason. Boost target table. I set the clamp at 200. Now let's set it at 230. I don't know what wastegate pressure is, so we'll find it eventually. So what limit are we on now? We raised the map limit, we raised the RPM limit. We're still dropping cylinders. It's pulling timing though, it's acting like it's a limiter. That's all great. That looks perfect. This stuff is all good. Fuel pressure, is that dropping a smidge? 10 kPa, so nothing. Okay, fuel is within 3% basically through here. 5 right there. That needs a smidge right there. It's a little slow to add fuel right there. So we'll add some there, but that doesn't explain why I'm on a cut. Wait, what's going on here? Speed limits in white. Oh, it's not on the screen. Also, throttle's in white, so that's messing that up. Let's change throttle to something different. Purple's there already. Aqua's there already. Funky purple. Let's do funky purple. There we go. Okay, back to this graph. We want speed limit 1. It says no scaling. Well, we want to see it. So let's change that. Well, that's supposed to change the scale, but it didn't. Edit, because I didn't set theirs there. Why isn't that working? Just speed limit 1. Y-axis scale, yes. Oh. And I click that. There we go. And then I screwed up by making this here min-max logged, min-max possible. Okay, but it won't let me adjust the min-max possible. What the hell? This won't light up. Custom. There we go. Let's do that. Had enough. Okay. Okay. So no limit there. Fuel cut is nothing. Ignition cut is nothing. So we've got a cracked spark plug. We've got a cracked spark plug, or we have a bad coil, because our air fuel is not so rich that it would drop a cylinder, because it's not at all. It's actually fairly lean. 8.6 Lambda is not rich at all. And ignition timing is in the teens, which is fine, especially for ethanol. And it's behaving like we've got a cracked spark plug. That's what it is. It's a cracked spark plug. Good. Good, I'm glad. Max RPM for the 35-900 is 145. Okay. Yeah. And the center is really low. Well, those poles, for example, that was 208 wheel horsepower. So that was 208 wheel on this dyno. And according to the EMtron, that was supposed to have been 249 kilowatts, 250 kilowatts. I don't think that transfers over to meaning what this thing says. Did you hear it? It's got a cracked spark plug. Someone fucked up putting them in.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's either that or bad coil back.
I was very careful putting them in because I broke one the other day, so I was a little bit hypersensitive to it.
Yeah, well, and if I go to limits here, I hit no limiters,
Okay.
no fuel cuts, no ignition cuts, but if you hear it, it's breaking up like crazy. And air fuel was 11.8 or 12.2
On ethanol.
on ethanol.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was only 7 pounds of boost. And it started just dropping cylinder like crazy.
How's the header coming on?
It's improved from what it was before. Not a ton, but definitely a noticeable difference.
Well,
The EMtron was flipping out. I was getting electrocuted in here because the cables weren't attached, and developed so much static. I was losing connection to the EMtron. It stopped saving my changes. If I touched my laptop, I was getting zapped. It was just like zap, 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 zap on my finger.
same.
Yeah, it was flipping out. So I hooked the cables up. That all went away. But the EMtron kept crashing. I'm like, what the fuck? I spent an hour doing stuff. None of it saved. Yeah. Yeah, it was fun.
Rough.
Yep. But unfortunately, I can't tell you what cylinder it is because this doesn't have cylinder misfire monitor. But
I mean, I can listen for a plug. But I'm assuming it's probably going to be a coil pack.
why would you assume that?
Because I was hypersensitive to the plugs.
Oh, okay.
They're not over tightened. I have a spark plug wrench that's for it. Like, I was paying attention. Because I literally broke one like the day before I put these in on another car, just going fast. So it was already like in my head.
Well, I'll do another one real quick. You can hear it.
Okay. I'm just gonna take a couple steps.
It's not popping.
that's got to be a coil pack. Because it's not popping out. It's not cracking out here. They're usually pretty audible.
Right. Goes snap, snap, snap.
Yeah. No, that just straight up, it sounds thumpy rather than cracky.
But yeah, there's no limits happening.
Okay.
No poles, nothing.
I'll see. How's it driving?
Way better.
Sweet.
Way better. But we don't want to go bigger than this on throttle bodies.
Yeah.
So that 74.5 probably ain't gonna work. Because it's like 1.1% to 2% to idle it, and it takes some. I mean, the Link might do a better job. That's possible at controlling the throttle.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
But it does that. I took it out of TMF mode for idle control because it wasn't working for idle control. It works for fueling, but not idle. And then all the dashpot. I'll back up. Give me a second.
Okay.
Let me save this real quick.
I'll go see if they have coil pack. These are the original ones that have been taken off and on 5 times.
Oh, are they? Well, coil packs are easier to change than plugs.
Yeah, for sure. Especially on this, if you can get to it.
Yeah. Yeah, so 208 wheel. Obviously, it was dropping cylinders, and the EMtron's not going to see it dropping cylinders, and so its power is going to read higher. So I mean, that's a given. We're not going to see that, but like it still thinks that engine torque based on TMAF, it thinks it's way higher than it is. That's going to be some outflow adjustments I got to make there. But anyways, you see what I mean though. Like this says 250 kilowatts, and that's what, 340 horsepower or something? I forget what that is. Maybe it's more than that. $253, yeah, 340 horsepower. Oh, fucking almost exactly. 339 horsepower. Now that would be at the wheels, so 339. Let's see how close it is. 339 times 0.75 would be generous on this car with these huge ass tires on wheels. 250 horsepower, and to the wheels we made 208. So the EMtron's a little optimistic, but again, that could be because we're dropping cylinders. Once we get the cylinders back, it may jump up quite a bit. So we'll have to see, and then we'll compare what the EMtron output is to what the dyno is saying and see how close they are. Typically, though, the dyno is pretty freaking low, and the EMtron is really low as well. Compared to a dyno jet, it's comically different. So. All right, let's see. I like the rutheniums. I like the ruthenium plugs with ethanol. I like them because they're supposed to be durable, but they're high ignitability plugs, and they really cut through the ethanol usually. Obviously, I'm not seeing that right now, but that could be because the coil pack would be shitty. You know what? I should check dwell, because with all these things that changed on the EMtron, I may just not have enough dwell. Do I dwell on here? I used to have dwell on one of these, but I don't anymore. Yeah, I don't see dwell anymore. Is it this one? I thought I had it, but I changed my login to their new thing, so that's probably where it's not there. Yeah, I think it was on this page. Let's check triggers. I got a whiz, something fierce. Knock. Knock. It pulled a couple degrees in the mid-range there. right through this cruising area. Obviously, I got to fix that. Got to rebalance the cylinders. Okay, go to wire cam control. Cams aren't bouncing around. Make sure I'll push idle. Okay, let's go to dwell. That's plenty. That is plenty of dwell. That is about what they have from the factory. Right there. It's almost exactly factory dwell. 2.4, 2.7 here at 7,000 is pretty much what they have. So dwell's fine. I'm going to go pee real quick. Excuse me. Things out here so you don't hear the weakness of my stream. Oh, fuck. It's always something, right? It's always freaking something. I haven't done the EMtron. Looks interesting. I have used injectors and Holly. Well, Holly is super basic. So, there's so much more to an EMtron than a Holly. It's not all good, but most of it's good. I do enjoy the EMtron platform usually, but this last update seems to be really weird. Unless those issues I was having were from static and not from the EMtron. The ones with the, well, I don't control. I think that's still the EMtron. But considering that stuff didn't save, the EMtron might never even receive those inputs that I made. I mean, I made changes for an hour, and almost none of them were on the EMtron when I started back up again. So something definitely goofed up there. That is not enough retard. Not the launch control I'll be using. All right. That's wrong. Not a single error. Not a single trigger error.
So they only have 2 coil packs of stock.
It's fine, so too.
I can get that, do one side, see if it tackles the cylinder. If not, we'll switch them to the other side.
Yeah. Do you have any here?
Huh?
Do we have any here?
Not the black with the gray or the clear backs. Does it matter as much on Subaru on these? I know with stock ECU it matters, but
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that much on that. Just whatever plugs in, because I can change the dwell.
okay. Because I have some potentially good ones.
That will plug into this coil, or this harness. I mean.
It's only the bug eye ones you got to worry about.
Yeah.
All the STI ones have the same plug. There's gray or black with tan, as far as the potting and all that goes. So.
Oh, you mean in the coil?
Yeah.
Right.
But the plug is the same on the STIs, and then the OA.
They updated it to a new plug, but it still plugs in the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though the clip is different, it's still the same.
Yeah.
It's just the bug eye ones that are square instead of oval.
Yeah.
You can, if you push hard enough, get them on there. And then you wonder why it doesn't. You're like, why is it so fucking hard?
Yeah.
And then you look at it and realize it's the wrong one. Okay, well, I'll go hunt down some packs.
Map limit request off. Yeah, nothing. Nothing here. All right. Holly is stupid simple. Yeah, everyone seems to buy for self-learn bullshit, which doesn't work. Holy shit. That Holly self-learn is really bad. So hopefully people don't use that too often because it's not good. And the ignition map is horrendously bad. It's destroying bad. So yeah, I don't like that at all. Just the regular. I mean, I don't understand why Holly didn't just take like an LQ9 timing map and drop it in there as the base, because for the LQ9 map is way conservative for almost every other LS. It's going to have like 15 or so degrees at peak load, and most LSs are going to be like 22, 25-ish, you know, based on what's going on. So at least if they went with like a 15, it'd be a runner and it wouldn't blow up and be safe. But they didn't. They went with 35 degrees of timing basically everywhere. and I don't understand why they did that. It's not a smart move, that's for sure. So I really wish they would just put a better map in there as the base for the LS platforms. When you load up an LS1, it's got a better time map, so it's not blowing shit up. At least then, if it's 15, you could throw shit. If you're on ethanol, you could throw 20 pounds of boost at it almost and not worry about it. It'd be good to go. In fact, that'd be really close to being target boost for, or target timing for 15 pounds of boost or 20 pounds of boost and ethanol. So, yeah, I don't understand why the way they did it. It makes it very dangerous to run the maps. I appreciate you subscribing, by the way. I used to see a C5 Corvette. Yep, I have. Mine's an 02 Z06. Currently, it is an LSA block, so it has the piston oil squirters that I had to bend and shape to fit correctly because I have custom JE pistons in it. So I have JE pistons, 6125 rods. I have a Cali's Compstar 8 counterweight crankshaft. Gear drive timing. I have a cam that I designed with Kelford. It's basically their SS108 Delta 1 cam, but we moved the center line and changed the valve events for me, and the lobe separation angle. And then I have Trick Flow 255X CNC ported heads, whatever. And I recently discovered something. I screwed up, put it together. When I was measuring my push rod length, I used an adjustable push rod, of course, try and get the lash right. So got the 0 lash, measured that, added 75 thousandths to that, bought those push rods. That's a good standard procedure if you're using LS7 lifters. If you're not using LS7 lifters and you're using, say, Gatorman lifters that want 30 thousandths of preload, it becomes bad because you end up maxing out the piston in the lifter, and then the only 20 thousandths I had available between my cam lift, which is 630, and my valve spring, which is 650, becomes 0, and I got coil bind on the cylinders. So it would run, it started to run a little funny, then it would go bank, bank, bank. You hear this like metal on metal sound, and then it run fine again for a little while, and then you go bank, bank, and then run fine again. And I'm pretty sure the lifter was pumped up just enough that it was holding the valve open a smidge, but then also binding the freaking spring. So I found the instructions for the Gatorman lifter, saw it said 30, and I'm like, shit, I set it at 75. So I got new push rods, put those in, and now everything is good. But that's one of those things, you know, a regular LS3 lifter is going to be down around 50, and LS7 is going to be 75 to 100. You know, aftermarket lifters maybe 10 to 50 based on what lifter it is. And my dumbass just went with the simple 75 and fucked it up. So lesson learned on that one. And then what else? I have flex fuel on the Vet. Well, I almost have flex fuel on the Vet. I changed the injectors, and so I went from the older EV1 to the 14 style plug, and my flex harness and everything is set up for the EV1, so I got to pull that out. And I'm just using the Pro, what's it called? Advanced Fuel Dynamics, their Flex Commander thing. I forget what it's called. And all it does is scale the injectors automatically based on your ethanol concentration. And I'm only doing that because I have an ECU that didn't support flex. I do have a 410 ECU that I could put in it and run flex. And I still might because I want the ignition advance also to be with flex. Whereas, like I said, this other thing is just based on, is just controlling fuel. And that's fine because I don't plan on running like, you know, flex fuel per se from full pump to ethanol 85. I'm just going to run it around 40% all the time. But I don't want to have to be exact at 40%. I want the computer to just bump it up and down a little bit and control it from like 30 to 50 where I'm going to run it. So that's my plan. My plan is just to Run it between 30 and 50% ethanol all the time. It is 12.2 to 1 compression, so it's going to need the extra octane over a pump gas. So, Matt's here, right? MK, that's Matt, right? Wish we had Corvettes for reasonable price in Australia. Really, are they expensive down there? Do they not ship many over there? Is it just a U.S. thing? I'm sure they don't have many right-hand drive Corvettes. If they do, I want one. I want a right-hand drive Corvette. That'd be cool. I prefer right-hand drive over left-hand drive. It's I really like it a lot. Even on the right side of the road, like we are here, just a car that's right-hand drive. I prefer the controls being the way they are if you're on the right side of the car. I prefer shifting with my left hand. I prefer blinkers on the right hand. I prefer that my braking and throttle that you blend with your steering input on the track are on the same side of your body. Your dominant steering hand is your right hand, and your brake and throttle are primarily right foot, unless you left foot brake for certain types of things. But I do like them both being on the right, because if you think about when you're on the track and you're coming into a turn, you're braking, and then as you let off the brake, you're initiating your turn. In most cars, some of them you brake a little longer, and in some cars you release quicker. But for the most part, there's a blend that's going on between your gas or your brake and your steering input. And in left-hand drive, that's both sides of your brain got to talk to each other to coordinate that movement. But with a right-hand drive, it's the same side of the brain that controls your dominant steering hand and your braking and gas foot. So that blending, I feel, is easier and more natural. It happens just quicker with less crosstalk between the hemispheres of my brain. So I really prefer right-hand drive for that reason. And then also, clutch is your left foot, and your left hand is the stick. So I'm not blending my left foot and my right hand when I shift. It's my left hand and my left foot. Again, same side of the brain. So when I'm coming into a turn, I'm heel toeing and I'm turning in and everything. There's a lot less back and forth. The right's not talking to the left to coordinate the steering and the brake, and then the left's not talking to the right to coordinate the shifting and the clutch. It's the right side's doing my shifting and clutch, the left side's doing my steering and brake, and all I gotta do is coordinate downshift now. And honestly, it feels so much easier to drive on a track aggressively right-hand drive for me. I don't know. And that's my reason that I think it is. But I don't know. I had a right-hand drive legacy, and I immediately drove that car better and felt better driving that car than almost any car that I've ever been in. It just, everything felt natural. Heel toeing became completely subconscious, almost just natural. The pedal location is a smidge different hand drive cars too. That helps a little bit as well. But yeah, I remember that car. It was nothing to do the things that I wanted to do with that car. With other cars, there's a little more concentration. But the right-hand drive cars are so much less concentration for me. And I think it's that. I think it's that left and right hemisphere talking to coordinate those movements. So if they had a right-hand drive Corvette, I'd be all up on that shit. Custom right-hand drive conversions. Yeah. I wonder how that dash looks. Not that the Corvette dash is great anyways, especially in the C5. But I do wonder how that looks. Right on. Yeah, I mean, I bought all that stuff hoping to be a ripper, because I also have the fast LSXR manifold with, I got a 90 mil throttle body on it. Not no 102, because that's stupid. I think it's stupid. With the 90 mil throttle body on it. And it's, should rock. I mean, like I said, it's 12.2 to 1. I feel like it revs slower than it should. When I get in, I rev it. I feel like high compression motors tend to rev quicker than this one's revving. So I don't know if I have to do a lot more timing work or if the fuel's just that far off or what. I haven't spent any time really tuning it at all yet, so I don't know. But it just, I mean, obviously there's a big torque tube, and I got a twin plate clutch on it, and all of that stuff is, you know, inertia on the crank, slowing it all down. I feel like it should be snappier than it is. I really do. So I don't know. Now you got a stroker. I fucking hate strokers. Strokers are such fucking worthless. God, I hate them so much. I'm sure you don't agree with that because you're doing one, but yeah, I don't like strokers at all. I don't like the power band. I don't like the additional wear. I don't like the loss in longevity. I don't like the extra friction. You make less power per cubic inch than you would if it wasn't stroked. Yeah, I hate strokers. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty simple too. Like GM, when they increase the displacement on their engines, they could have added stroke. Tooling up for a crankshaft is way cheaper than tooling up for a new block. And they chose a new block to increase the bore. They didn't go to a longer stroke. And there's a good freaking reason for that. And yeah, I'll never do another stroker ever again. I had a stroke CTSV. Ugh. That was just terrible. That was not fun to drive. Yeah, Lane's doing the coils right now. Lane's swapping out passenger side coils right now on the car. And we're going to hope it's that side.
Yeah, this is fun. That side's easier. I started with the hard side.
Oh, really? Oh.
Because the turbo sits so low, the intake's in the way.
Right in the way, right.
But it's also on the GRs with the ABS and the way that I have to run the engine harness. The inlet sucks to get back in its home. So I just loosened it and I'm getting it out. It's out of the way, but it's still not all over.
Gotcha.
And the engine's just hot enough.
Yeah. Want me to start it for you? Okay. Do you think a +2, 2.5 going to 8 would be as good as a 2.3 going to 9? I guess that depends on what you quantify as good as. My answer is hell no, but a 2.5 going to 8, I don't think is as good as a 2.3 going to 8. Yeah. And the reason that I don't like it is just because of the way it feels. And the same reason I don't like strokers is why I don't like the 2.5. Because the 2.5 is basically a stroker. It's so shitty. I just don't like it. The torque peaks at 4 and then falls on its face so hard after that. And even with a ton of camshaft, the torque curve on a 2.5 is just not good. For some street cars, though, like you can really rip with the 2.5. You keep the revs down. Easier on the oiling and head, at least. No, a 2.3 is way easier on the head than a 2.5. 2.3s are way easier to keep heads on the block than a 2.5 by far. Oiling, well, sure, less RPM is easier on oiling every time. But also, so is choosing the right oil pump. That's really important, too. A lot of guys go big on the oil pump and destroy their motors in no time because the oil pump's too big. There's this weird thing where everyone assumes more oil pressure is better. And therefore, the bigger the pump, the better everything is. And that's just not true. Especially on an engine like the EJ that does such a bad job returning oil to the pan. The bigger the pump, you're going to be draining that fucking pan so fast and aerating that oil more. That's the other aspect of it too. The faster you move oil out of that pan, right, the more oil moves to the engine, the more that oil gets foamy. And even just at idle, the oil level drops to like almost half in the pan and it looks like it's a carbonated drink, you know? And so if I'm pushing even more oil to the engine and I'm forcing it through everywhere at a higher rate, I don't see the point. That what do you got? Okay. Then it pushes all the way through. Then there's that much more air, you know, in the oil. And when you get air in the oil, there's no air oil separator in there. There's no centrifugal separator in there. That air becomes entrained in the oil and becomes, or makes the oil compressible. And that becomes a squishy boundary layer, right? We want the oil to be bubble free. And when the crankshaft pushes against the oil that pushes against the rod, or vice versa, that oil in there isn't compressing. It isn't letting it be a spring. It's firm. It's in place. The metal never happens. You start entraining a bunch of oil and a bunch of air in your oil, and that oil becomes a sponge, becomes a spring, and you allow contact to occur. So when you run high RPM or huge oil pumps, even mid RPM with big oil pumps, you increase the amount of entrained air in your oil, and you create a spongy boundary layer or oil wedge that doesn't protect the engine. So I don't like going huge on the oil pumps. A lot of guys go way too big, 12 mil orbit pumps or whatever and that kind of stuff. And as long as you're on a low RPM engine, you'll probably be okay. But when you start getting to higher RPM, you got to be careful of that oil pump. You push too much, and your shit's gone. So it's not as big of a deal on the heads.
How's your cam control on bank 1?
I haven't noticed any problems. It looks all pretty good. Why? It is right now? You sure you just unplug it doing it?
Before I started really messing with it.
Because it says right... Oh, look at that. 0. Yeah, sure enough. It was unplugged.
Yeah, I looked down and the plug was like halfway out, and then I was like, well, that's not right.
That's weird. Because I calibrated it, and when I ran it...
I'm sure it vibrated off.
Yeah, it must have, because when I was checking them both, they were working great yesterday or Friday.
Yeah. Well, there's some spool to be had.
Yeah, it's a lot of spool to be had. I mean, let's see if I got some old log files I can open up, see what happened on open PC log, autosave. What was Friday? Right about here-ish? What day did I drive it? Thursday? Because I didn't drive it Friday, right? Thursday? Yeah, and then that's today. That's Friday. Yeah, it was Thursday. It was shitty. Friday we worked on fixing the shitty stuff. All right, let's look at this old log. Maybe it was unplugged then too. Nope, it was unplugged on the drive too.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. Well,
yep, I'm looking at it right now.
I like it. That makes me happy.
That's crazy.
Not that it was unplugged, but there's performance to be had.
Yeah, we're getting a bunch of spool back.
Yeah, this one fits too?
Well, if that's the case, that could be the misfire.
What? Oh, yeah.
One cylinder's rich and one cylinder's lean. The one without the advance would be just rich as balls.
Yep.
And misfire because it's not getting the air.
The plugs would fit, though.
That's fine. Okay.
You haven't ran it long enough to really...
To foul them, yeah. That's probably it. Well, good catch. I don't know why I didn't see that.
So, I'm not going to change flow pack. I'm going to leave the intake hose fried up like this, but I'll put the filter back on.
Okay.
And then see if there's any difference.
Okay. Well, son of a bitch.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Then like that, because flow packs are like nice. Like they're not shitty. They're low mileage flow packs, but they have been taken on and off of those times. So who knows if they've been dropped.
Right.
Lots of things could have happened. But they all look nice.
I don't know how I missed that. I'm a fucking idiot. Exactly. No, that's exactly true. A lot of race cars only have 20 to 30 pounds the entire time. So Lynn Twin on all recommended 90 mil throttle body, but everybody seems to think bigger is better. The CFI is a little finicky, different throttle bodies there. Sure, I agree that it's going to suck. Say what?
Could it be lean misfire on the opposite side because this would richen up your average?
Um,
Or not necessarily. This is skewing your data a little bit.
yeah. I'm thinking about which way it would go. I mean, I've got extra air in one.
It would lean up that side. So it might be lean misfire on that.
It's hard to say. Because it's not mass airflow, you know?
Yeah. But if your average is good, that means one side.
One side's lean, one side's rich. Yeah, but it's...
So this side correct and that side lean.
No, neither is correct. It's going to split it.
Yeah. But I'm saying in the cylinder. We're measuring the average. I'm saying which one is the happiest.
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah. We don't know. One's richer and one's leaner than the what we see. So that means that one was probably low 11s, high 10s, and the other one was probably close to 13. But 13 shouldn't make it misfire, I wouldn't think.
Probably not. I mean, it's on ethanol with good stuff, so.
Yeah.
Just something I was thinking about there. That'll help drivability too.
I'll have everything. Yeah.
Close that. The things you can see that you can't touch.
Oh, God, there's so many things in the world like that. Let's see. It makes bigger is better. The C5s, I guess I said that already. Yeah, so the C5s, right? They're super, that factory computer is super picky. That the silver 90, right? Silver one or gold? I think silver 90 is the only one you can run on them without a bunch of problems. And even then, like this, you go too big and you have issues with idle control where, it just can't control idle correctly. And so a lot of guys drill holes in them. They drill holes in them so that when it's shut, it still has a base airflow. And then as it opens, that base airflow doesn't change a whole lot until it gets some decent amount of movement in there. And that works, for some cars and stuff. And it might even help this car a smidge. I don't know. I wouldn't want to do that, though. But, yeah, those big throttle bodies make idling more difficult for sure. If you're on the gold throttle body, it's one of the other. I forget which one it is. There's one, silver and gold one. You run one of them on the C5 and it's game over. The other one is good. So I have both in my house. I tried running them both on the car. And I also took my, I have a power supply, and I ran both of those throttle bodies through their range, and I measured the voltage across the two channels to see what was what. And the difference was pretty dramatic. I was pretty surprised at how far off or how different they were in the cars. And then you get weird shit like this fucking Ford throttle body. This thing's a trip. Like, when you calibrate it, it gives you, like, it only does, like, half the voltage on one channel. You're like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? Like, why do that? Why not just have it do the full range? It does all the time. That's what I'm fighting with. Oh, for the AVCS? Yeah, no, I'm surprised there was nothing either, honestly. Like, I thought there was something for that, but maybe not. Yeah, nothing. There's no, yeah, there's none of that. I mean, it's got a bunch of codes that it can do. And it's got TGV codes, throttle codes, MAF codes, baro codes. I don't see cam codes though.
I mean, that's a possibility. Okay. Try to rip it.
Yeah, nothing. No codes for that. Starts up instantly. That's good.
Working?
I don't know yet.
Huh?
I don't know yet. Looks like it. Woo. Looks like it revs a little bit easier too. Let's find out. What's our coolant temp? 140. So we gotta let them up a little bit. How far is this off now? Yeah, even more off now. Figures that bank could be lean. Oh, the other bank could be lean. Now I'm adding more airflow so the whole thing's cleaner. 10% right here. Engine temp, 178. All right, let's do it. Let's see how much fast this turbo comes in, huh? Oh yeah. Still comes in. Wow, that's a big gain. That's a huge gain. That's a big fucking gain, but still dropping cylinders. No limits engaged. Looks like it's breaking up pretty quick. Yeah, right there. Just breaks up as soon as the boost comes in. Now we're lean by 7%. Luckily the O2 sensor works on this thing. Okay.
I heard it.
Okay.
I was listening to wheel bearing on the thing. So it's got to be something on this side then. Because that side looked fine.
Could be. But there's no errors at all. No trigger errors, no tooth errors, no limits being activated. All limits are off the whole time.
Mm-hmm. And then it just goes, rah!
Yeah, you heard it. And it's with load. It's when the boost comes in.
Second is
Right over at 7 pounds of boost. It just, you see the crankshaft right here drop out. Right there at about 8 pounds. Or, yeah, around there. 12 pounds.
Dude, look at that though.
It picked up 150 wheel torque.
Yeah, and moved it over a lot.
Yeah, no, it's spooled a lot faster. Yeah, it's spooled a lot faster.
I was like, it has to be bad.
Yeah, it's so laggy. I'm like, why is it so bad? Yeah, well, that would do it.
Yeah, give me just a second here.
Oh wow, look at that. Power reading dropped in here to 200 kilowatts. Interesting. How would it drop? Huh. That's really weird. Maybe it's just based on fuel. Well, I'll pick 150 pounds of torque though. Yo, Kenneth, what's up, man? Welcome. Live dyno action, live chain release sometimes goes smooth, sometimes nothing but headaches. Yeah. And that's the issue with doing it live too, right? Let me bring that dyno up. I want to show you guys the dyno with the cam, with no other changes, just plugging the fucking cam in. Had any desk on here, where'd it go? All right, let me get plugged into that. Look at that. Look at the difference there, those two poles. So the first pole, first group of poles down here, and then this next one, bam. I mean, the spool obviously was way faster. It had boost and everything. And so we made 290-ish foot-pounds of torque versus 160. But even out of boost or down in the lower areas here at 3250, it was 240 versus 140. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I don't want to be hot for you, so. Lane's got to poop. So, anyways, you see here that the horsepower obviously didn't go up any because the misfire started happening at basically the same amount of boost, the same amount of load, the misfire started happening. But you see the torque came up way sooner, so those power curves being way more broad as soon as we get this thing done. But what I find interesting is because I went to a lower RPM, the EMtron said way less power. It said 200 kilowatts, when clearly the horsepower is actually a little bit higher. So that's interesting to me. This slide action, blah, blah, blah. It's nice. He has some help with wrenching. Yeah, I'm not a wrencher anymore. I wrench on my own shit, but I'm being paid to tune, not to wrench. And yeah, no. Sometimes I help. You know, if they're like way overloaded and all that, I'll help out with wrenching. But I didn't not plug in that solenoid. Right? That wasn't me. I didn't crack a spark plug install on it, which is probably what it is. That wasn't me. You know, that kind of stuff. So I'm not. And you know, honestly, it's just got. Just a smidge fed up with things not going right. And so my level of effort in the other stuff has dropped, and I've been focusing more on the tuning, focusing more on my parts development and all that kind of stuff. My question, the question was kind of answered. My answer to that question, Kenneth, was I don't know what he means by as good, right? I would need to know what his criteria are. He did say easier on the heads and the oiling, and we talked about that. So it was answered. And then we talked about oil film quality, why too big of an oil pump is bad, why Subarus are bad for oil, and how bad they aerate the oil and create spongy oil wedges and all of that. So we did talk about that. But I watch guys like Cletus, who is a great entertainer, and I enjoy watching his videos and all of that. I have a great time watching his videos. I laugh so much, or just enjoy watching them struggle through shit, because I know it's not just me. You know, it's like every struggles a bit, and then tackle issues and stuff. And then I get mad when I see them assemble a fucking LS in a parking lot and it runs good, and I take the utmost in care in doing everything in a controlled environment, and then I fire it up and there's a problem. I'm just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? This is bullshit. I'm wearing gloves and controlling airflow over the damn thing so my heater's not blowing on things I'm measuring, and I've got every part cleaned with acetone and then lubed again, and I've got the sealant exactly where it needs to be. I've got the tools for setting it. I got everything just taking I used a fucking laser to time my camshaft, with my crankshaft. And I sit there and I go through everything. I literally used a fucking vertical laser to get the crankshaft exactly vertical, get the cam in the right spot, set the gear drive timing, turn it over, make sure it was still dead nuts. The fucking laser, right? And I just, all of this stuff, and then a problem. And it's just so annoying. What's your favorite new feature in the new EMtron firmware? As of right now, I don't have one. I know I was excited about some stuff, but right now I don't have one because I'm not using some of the new shit. I would say the one I'm most excited about is a little more availability in the can. Unfortunately, it's just on the receive side of the can, so I wish we had more ability to customize the transmit beyond what they allow us on it. But right now, the receive has been pretty much opened up. We can do almost anything we want with it, and that's pretty cool. But only for like one channel, so that kind of sucks. I do like that they added more inputs. They defined more inputs. So they added suspension and tire pressure inputs to it, and more of the inputs can reference CAN data. Before, not all the inputs could come from a CAN channel. They had to come from one of the onboard analog digital channels. I do like that they increased the amount of inputs that can go from a CAN channel, or can come from a CAN channel. And I do like that they added things like tire pressure and suspension travel. Before, you had to set a user input, name it yourself, and then, not that that's hard, but you're using them up, right? You only have so many user inputs that you can do, and you're using them up. And if you want suspension position, travel, or whatever you want to call it, tire pressures or whatever, you're burning those up doing that. Or you're using EGT channels, or other inputs, and just writing a note to yourself that other input that says oil pressure isn't actually oil pressure. It's, whatever. Or the other one that says throttle 2 is not throttle 2, it's something else. So I do like that they increase those inputs. And so I can show you here, if we go to configure here, and we go to our channels and input setup, then we can go and see engine stuff looks about the same. I think they had crankcase pressure before. I don't think any of that's changed. I don't think any of this has really changed here. That all looks the same. But if we go to vehicle, tire pressure, ride height, clutch pressure, I don't know if clutch pressure was there before. I know clutch position was. I don't remember if pressure was or not. So that's something too, and that's great. Actually, clutch pressure is handy because I can use this on, say, my DCT transmission cars and get the overall pressure. Unfortunately, DCTs often have two clutches, and so I would have to use clutch position as one of the pressures and then clutch pressure as the other one for the other clutch on the DCT transmission. But a clutch pressure 1 and 2 would be really cool to have that for DCT cars. But we got that. What else did they add? They added something else too. What was it? Wasn't that. Wasn't that. I think they didn't have the 4 wheel speeds before. I think they added the 4 wheel speeds. That was new. Individual wheel speed, I'm pretty sure that was new. And I think that was also done so that they could help incorporate this with their new screen, their 10-inch screen that costs more than an EMtron does. It's like $5 grand or $6 grand or something. Has inputs on it. And some of those inputs were or are compatible with tire pressure and all that kind of stuff. So my guess is they did it so that you could take your tire pressure from that screen and pull that off of the CAN bus somewhere. Go one of the CAN inputs, and frequency, speed, lambda EG frequency, output, voltages, whatever. There's CAN voltages, so you can assign one of the CAN voltages to that input. So I think that's why they did that. Because they had, like I said, their screen has the option to have all those other inputs and stuff. So they did that, and remember what else they added. I don't remember there being 3 and 4. They might have added 3 and 4 as well. I don't remember that being there. Pretty sure it stopped at TGB, and they added those 3. I think that one you can't quote me on. But see here, you got user temperature, user pressure, user switch. There was no user level, right? There's no user level, no user position. And so you had to fake, position right there. I'm stupid. Position there, pressure and temperature. So that's what you had. So you'd use position for your suspension, pressure for tires, whatever, temperature for tire temp or whatever you wanted. But now they actually have them defined so that you can save this for more. Because if you use 4 positions on your suspension, before, then you had no more positions to use for other things. So I think that's why they added them. Motorsports, I remember they added something for motorsports. I don't recall what it was. Oh, another input they added. They added reverse position. They didn't have reverse position before. They added reverse position. Oh, it's switch, sorry. So they added reverse switch, so you can put that in. I don't know where the fuck it's at, though. I saw it on the notes. Dual boost, EC, speed limit, seatbelt, hand brake, park, oil pressure, gear request. Huh. Reverse switch. There we go. Reverse switch. They added that. Pressure bypass valve position. They might have added that one. I don't recall seeing that one. Top port position, outlet. I've seen all that. Yeah, so I think that's what they did. I think that's what they added. So I'm excited about those because we're redoing our drag car. We're selling the Nova and acquired a WS6. So the WS6 has an LS Next block, trick flow heads, Brian Tooley Trinity intake with 2 injectors per cylinder, a KV16, transmission still up in the air. I want something cool. The owner doesn't. What else? Just the usual stuff. Oh, F1X blower. So X or R? It's one of those two. F1X, F1R blower. It's like 1,300 horsepower blower. So we're setting that up, and he wants to do small tire stuff. So the addition of the suspension travel, I like that because I want to put that on the new car. I do like that one. So then they added this scent protocol stuff. I don't know what that is, honestly. I don't know what scent protocol is. I have to learn that one. It looks like it's a longer bit length, outlined in the SAE J35-900. All right, let's see what that is. Scent protocol. Single edge nibble transmission protocol. Point-to-point scheme between single eyes from a sensor to a vehicle controller. High resolution data with a low system cost. Speed up the scent protocol factor of 2 being blah. It's a one-way asynchronous voltage interface which requires 3 wires. Oh, 3 wires. Signal lines, high state. Wait, low state, high state. Oh, okay, a supply voltage and a ground. So it's PWM controlled. Oh, interesting. Well, hold on a second. That means I could potentially use that for the C5 because the C5 has a pulse width modulated CAN protocol on it. And it's got fast and slow channel. But I could have swore Can we talk about what parts of development you're working on? Yeah, so a lot of them have been going on for years, and so they're not a secret. You guys know about them. My dry sump pump, for example, has gone on for years, and really the prototype is made and done, and I just never got around to testing it because the production cost was so freaking high that even if it worked superbly, I wouldn't be able to afford to produce it at any rate that would be affordable for anybody. So I haven't continued with it because of that. And also with all my other projects going on, it's just been so swamped that it's hard to take the time to do that testing. Also, because I didn't like my shop. It was very dirty, unorganized, cluttered, and it wasn't a good backdrop, and I wanted to do some cool videos to it. So I spent a bunch of time working on my shop, adding cabinets and walls and stuff to make a better backdrop for those videos. And that's almost done. The shop is way more organized and cleaner than it was, except for right now it's kind of tore apart because I've been doing this Corvette thing for so long. But now that it's together and running, I'm looking forward to rolling it out and just doing a deep clean and organize again and get reset and get ready for my X3 that I got to work on. But so I didn't do the videos too because of that. I wanted it to be a good environment. And then I was just doing an engine on a stand, make my own little bullshit, like, what do they call those? Spintrons? Like a 1.5 horse Spintron, right? Like nothing crazy at all. Just like I wanted to show how fast you can drain the oil out of the pan, what an 11 mil pump does versus a 12 mil pump versus a 10 mil pump, and all of that. So I had this jig set up with a 220 motor on it that I could hit and just time how fast to empty the oil pan with the various pumps. And so I wanted to show that because I think that's important for people to understand what's going on with those things. And without needing timing components and all of that, and just being able to run it and spit the oil out to the side, I figured it'd be no problem. With no compression, I figured that it wouldn't be too hard for me to just tap the heads where the oil comes in to go into the heads, or tap the block, the oil goes to the heads, and just put 2 hoses on there and drain that, and let the rest recirculate around the crankshaft like it does, and just see how long it takes to empty it through the head feed. So that way the crankshaft stayed lubricated on the engine as it went. And that would kind of simulate a bit of what happens on the engine anyways, with its inability to drain back to the pan. And so I figured that'd be a pretty reasonable way of showing the flow differences between the 3 pumps. And then I was going to show how that changes with G-forces. and that would take a free body diagram, and then I would explain how that works with the physics and the final vectors, and then I would tip it at the angle that would simulate so many g-forces and suspension roll and all of that, and then watch how fast it uncovers the oil pickup with that. So that was one that I was working on. I started and then I stopped because I did not like the environment that I had in my shop. I didn't want to show my shop being that messy. I wanted to be a better environment because I honestly felt that those videos, if I did them correctly and the video was good, we're going to get a lot of views. And I wanted to look somewhat professional and not just, you know, hokey and dirty and shit. So that's why I kind of stalled on that one. And with that same jig, I was going to test the flow of the oil pump as well of my of the dry sump. So I would hook the dry sump up and then to a bucket and then empty that out, and or feed the engine and see how fast that did that. So that was my plan there. And oh, my oil filter. I have an oil filter that I designed using a different element to get a lot more filtration, a lot more media surface area than the factory Subaru filter does. Yes. Yes, you can disconnect. Wait, hold on one sec. Let me double check. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. So my oil filter was one of them. I have an external oil filter housing that's modular that you can add housings onto to get more filters in parallel, so you can have double the filtration media. I have that designed. I just never made the prototype for it. But it's also a system you can, it's like I said, it's modular, so you can stack it, and you can add oil pressure regulator. You can add an oil cooler, like a thermostatic oil cooler to it. It's all modular, and that's all designed. I just have never had it made, and it's really cool. And I really should do it. The production is expensive, you know. Making products is expensive, and I have a lot of money in stuff that I've done recently that's not selling really well, because it's really niche stuff. You know, I have a T25 flange that I bought a bunch of, had a bunch made, but what the fuck do I need 100 T25 flanges for, right? Like, there's not a whole lot of T25 turbos being used except for twin turbo setups, which is why I did it, because I'm doing twin turbo on my Subaru. I'm building a twin turbo kit for the Subaru, and I'm building a turbo kit for my Honda Talon. I built one for the Honda Talon, and so that used a T25 turbo flange, and so I made a bunch of those so that I could use them for those projects and then sell them to people. I sold my first one yesterday, or day before yesterday. Like, one guy bought one. First guy ever to buy a T25 flange from me bought one. But the way I did it was, it's like CNC cut on one side to match the T25 inlet perfectly, and it comes down to a 2 1/4 or 2 inch. I forget what I did. 2 or 2 inch pipe. And then the oil filter, the dry sump. I got the flanges I already did. The turbo kit for the Talon, the intake manifold for the Talon. I did those. They're on my rig right now, testing them. The turbo kit performs too good, but the intake manifold doesn't perform good enough for what I wanted. It does really good for the turbo setup because it increases torque and makes spool even faster, but it doesn't do good NA only for anything but increasing torque. It costs some horsepower up top, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted something that was better for NA, and it was better for torque. Some guys want that. They want the torque, but not enough guys want the torque. So that wasn't quite the success I wanted it to be. So I'm redesigning that, and I'm working on FA24 swap stuff, so we can put FA24s in older cars. I've got some things put together for that already. Elaine and I have been working on that together. A cooling system for LSs to shift the priority to more head than block. What else? A bunch of stuff. We're building the truck right now. We're doing a truck, and it's Dave's truck, but I designed a bunch of the suspension for it. What is that?
Like trace marks on ceramic on top of it. The other two didn't have that.
No, I can't see it. I don't have my good glasses on. It's literally just a blurry piece of metal in my hand. You mean the two black dots?
Yeah.
Well, they don't go down very far, so.
You know, but that's just different from the other side.
And you're certain none of the insulators were cracked on the other plugs?
Nope.
You're not certain?
No, I'm certain.
Oh, okay. Which one is this?
2.
Okay.
4 is the one that you break anyway.
Yeah, 4 is the one that's usually got the cracked insulator. Sorry, I'm yelling at you guys. Yeah, I'm hoping that scent works for the Corvette, or at least I can modify it to work for a C5 Corvette, because like I said, they use a PWM protocol, and I think it's 24 bits too. So I think it's really close to that.
It got colder. I was fine earlier, now I'm freezing.
Did you? Well, you ate, right?
Well, just in here.
No, but you ate food though, right?
Yeah, but not from bank to bank.
You didn't eat food in between the two banks? Oh. I thought you did this side, then went and ate, and then came back.
No, I pooped.
Oh, you pooped. Yeah. Eating and pooping changes my body temperature a lot.
I was frozen.
When I eat, I freeze.
I can actually look what my going on this side because of that.
Yeah. They look fine. There we go. Black backdrop, white ceramic. Oh, that's better. I can do that. Use that as a magnifier. I can see it better now. Oh, yeah. Dude, getting old sucks. Losing your vision sucks. I like these plugs. Check out the nails. Woo! Since I'm a new subscriber, definitely going to go through your videos, enjoy watching videos with quality information over entertainment. I like this live stream so much. Knowledge is so good. Hey, well, I'm happy to help. That's why I do it. In fact, most of my whole channel really is just about education. That's what I've been trying to, center it around. Yeah, so I appreciate it. I wish I was more entertaining, but I'm not. I mean, at a party I am. So if I start tuning drunk again, then, it could probably get pretty good. But you can only say that's what she said so many times at a party before it's too old. So, anyways, I do have fun entertainment mode, and I do have education mode, and unfortunately, not always the same. Although when I had a when I had my own classroom, I did bring a lot of humor into the stuff, just to mainly keep the students entertained and awake. But yeah. Anyways, thank you. I'm glad that you're happy with that. I have videos on specific stuff, like how to compare compressor maps to turbos between each other. Why one turbo makes more power on the same pressure than the other one. Why 20 pounds doesn't mean shit. Yeah, might as well. No, do it on the side.
Another question.
Yeah.
Can you tell if it's a coil pack or an injector misfire? Does it change like the O2 reading or anything on misfires?
It does anyways. It does anyways, but now that you say that, it could be an injector. Are you not plugged in? Because it's got 8 injectors. Say what?
I know who wired them.
Oh, sure.
I wired the secondary There's a harness that I made and installed.
You wired the secondary.
I
Okay.
did not wire the primary.
Well, I think if it's an injector, it's a secondary. Because it happens right around the switchover point when the injectors come into the second set. It cuts the pulse width off to half on the primary and then adds the second set in.
It's got 10 pins in it, right?
On both primary and secondary, yeah.
Let's just turn off secondary, see if it gets any better. I'll still change the flow packs out, but we can test that.
Right, that's what I was going to say. Was I could do that. But I could also just click them right now. We could test them and see if all 8 are clicking. We should do that. We should do that.
Well, it did sit with ethanol for 2 years, so there's another issue.
Yeah, one of them could be stuck shut right now. One could be stuck shut.
Or real slow.
That doesn't usually happen. I need power though.
Okay, well, let me change the pack real quick.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, what else was I talking about? Videos I did? Yeah. Turbos.
Really wish that had cylinder identification.
I know, for misfires?
Why wouldn't they add that?
I don't know.
Or is it just something that drag racers don't get shit out?
These EMtron isn't a big drag racing ECU though.
Yeah, they're motorsports.
They're more motorsport stuff. Yeah, they do have guys that drag race on them, but they don't have the best drag race features.
Yeah.
But being able to control boost with the throttle body is really sweet. Really sweet. I dig that. And we're gonna use the shit out of that on the drag car.
I love G-Mac Throttle. It's like an anti-kill function. They're so hard to solve. Because it goes no, it opens the throttle for you if you didn't get on it fast enough. It's great. They drive like off idle, like start and stop stuff. They drive so good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really noticeable when you're moving, but like it's real nice.
Yeah. This firmware update, they kind of messed it up. The idle control's fucked up. It's at startup, it automatically just lays on the high clamp, even though there's all these maps that tell it not to. So it's fucked up. It needs to be fixed. But I have to put together data for them because they're just gonna tell me I'm doing it wrong like they always do.
Like even Kyle's car, which doesn't run good. Like if you just dump it from an idle, you just dump it like just go or it drives.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of just instantly killing it like normal.
Yeah. Well, that's also because I have it set up. As soon as it sees any vehicle speed, it ups the idle, so that it has a higher idle set point. So that kind of does that. It helps you out when you're trying to take off from a stop sign.
It's really nice. I like it. I'm wondering how the dual throttle bodies are going to work on my R2.
What do you mean?
So I'm going to run that same throttle body that I have. I'm going to run 2 of them.
Okay.
One for the, basically like stage injectors, one for primary, one for secondary here.
Okay.
And that'll be,
Are you running EMtron? No problem.
by the time I get the stuff for the link that I want to have, I'm within a couple $100 of the Amazon anyway, which has the stuff that I want.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be no problem. We'll run the throttle position and the injector position on the same thing. So as we are applying second injector, the second throttle body is also opening up.
Yeah, and that was another thing too. Is like because it will have stage injectors, because rotary enjoy stage injectors.
Yeah.
That also helps with that, atomization on that, because the secondary injectors will get higher velocity initially before the air flows up. So as the secondary start coming in, they have a higher velocity because the legs are shut, so they'll be getting, instead of just into big holes, a second set of injectors.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Low atomization until high RPM.
I'll set the injection ratio based on the secondary plate.
Yeah.
Because one, we don't want to shoot when there's no air going through it, because then that just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that it doesn't shoot all of it when there's only a little bit of air going through it.
Yeah.
So I'll just base it off the secondary plate position.
Yeah. So as it comes in just ahead of the fuel.
Yep.
Yeah, between.
Yep.
Plus they benefit torque-wise rotaries a lot from primary secondary.
So you ordered 2 coils?
Huh?
You ordered 2 coils?
No, I just have another set.
Oh, I thought you said you were ordering some.
I didn't want to until we know.
Gotcha.
$500
For a set.
I think our cost,
Yeah. They're like 140 each.
they're
16 a piece or something? Oh no, that's a... Per?
No, total.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, 560 total.
Yeah, but
140 each.
400 something bucks.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a rotary.
There's a set of really nice coils that I had in there to try those. Yeah, plus I want to put like brake pressure sensor and all that other shit. And like a Buddha still doesn't have enough inputs for me to do that.
Correct.
But the KV10 does. And
The what?
the KV, or the, yeah, the 10 right?
8 and 12.
Just 8 and 12.
8, 12, 16.
How many inputs is the difference on the 12 versus 8?
0.
0 inputs difference?
Correct.
Only output?
Correct.
So the 8 is what I'm looking at.
Yeah. It's got the most inputs. Yeah.
And I don't need a lot of outputs.
And it's got the dual onboard lambdas.
Yeah. That was another thing too, is I can run, instead of buying 2 link cam lambdas, because I still want to try to do it bank to bank or rotor to rotor fueling.
Yeah.
That also fixes that problem instead of having 2 cam lambdas and shit like that.
Yeah.
So it's like when I was adding it up, I was like, this doesn't make sense. Or even a Buddha with all the add-on.
Yeah, you get close to the EMtron right there. And then you're relying on the CAN bus to do this shit correctly for you too.
Another thing too is if I have a link, then I want to buy the genuine link dash. Like it makes me want to do that because I feel like I feel weird doing like a like a power tune dash or something like that. One of the cheaper dashes or like even a VTI stuff. If I hop on a link because Link has their nice super.
Right. I mean, so does EMtron, but it's $6 grand.
Yeah, that's like completely out of the question. So
Yeah.
oh yeah, I can buy it.
Yeah, I want to get one of those power tune ones or whatever the hell it is that's got the inputs on it too, and I want to see how well it integrates with the EMtron.
Or I mean, either of these masters that seem to work fine.
Yeah, I don't know how well they integrate either. I don't know how well they integrate either, but I'd like to find out.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I gotta put the battery in again.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I feel like it opens up more options. For what I want to do with it. Because that car is not really it's not a street car or anything, it's just an exercise in cool stuff. It's never going to make a zillion horsepower, it's never going to be a lot of things, but it'd be cool to have a bunch of shit. Like a bunch of cool data, a bunch of tech in a really old car with a really old engine. And then I'll take that other 13B that I have a 12A crank, and I'll get the housings cut down 10 millimeters, and turn the 13B into a 12A, and have a mid 12A for very, very inexpensive. Okay, it should be up and running.
Are you ready? Injector 5. That should be cylinder 1, I think. Cylinder 1, second injector. You hear it? Cylinder 1. Cylinder 1. Nothing? All right, let's try cylinder 2. Cylinder 3. I hear it. I hear it. Is it cylinder 1?
Yeah.
So they're backwards?
Oh, that might do it.
That won't do the whole thing. Okay, now let's do cylinder 4.
Yeah, that's definitely 4.
Okay. But cylinder, this one here, nothing.
What's that one?
It's supposed to be 1. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that would make sense. Wire's broke.
The wires broke? Okay.
The wire and 3 broke.
Okay, actually that is number 3. According to this, cylinder 5 is number 3.
Okay.
Don't know why, but it is. So the 1 to 3 is broken.
Yep.
All right.
Which would make sense because that cylinder probably won't leak.
Yep. So now we've got AVCS and injector
On the one side.
on the same side.
But hey,
We found it.
hold on. The injector would make it go clean.
Correct.
And the ABCS would make it go rich.
That's right. So in the end, it was just like, whatever. I don't think it's 35% rich.
No.
So yeah, wires broken on the injector. Rotaries are cool. Yeah, rotaries rip, dude. They're a lot of fun. I enjoy tuning them. I've had good luck with it. I've learned a lot from it. Some of the systems are really weird with them. They have a hard time with them. They like implement weird controls in the ECU. Like I don't like Link's rotary control. There are worse ones. Don't get me wrong. I haven't done a rotary on an EMtron yet. I do want to try that. I've done rotaries on the factory ECU. I've done them on the Power FC. I've done them on Link. I've done them on what else? I think Megasquirt. Oh, Adaptronic. I've done Adaptronic, and I think that's it. Oh, and HKS. Hey, Steven, thank you for joining. Yeah, it's good to see you. We're just getting some stuff fixed, and we'll be back at it in a minute. So far, it has been a challenge. Dealing with static electricity on the dyno, knocking out communication between my laptop and the ECU, and zapping me. The EMtron not saving anything I put into it for an hour. That was fun. Probably linked to the static problem. I'm hoping the static problem. The idle control system not functioning correctly when in TMAF mode, which is a bummer because I like idle control in TMAF, but I got it to work really good in non-TMAF mode, so this is going to be that way until I hear back from EMtron a fix for that. What else did I have go on? It misfires. Oh no, a cam wasn't working, so we got that. It's misfiring, and we just figured out that it's misfiring on a cylinder when the secondary injectors come in because the secondary injector wire is broken. Now, the cool thing about that is you might go, oh my God, the engine. It's fine. It's actually fine. So the injectors are set to come in and share at 35%, which means that that cylinder was instantly becoming 35% too lean And when you go that far lean, you surpass 14.7 and you're on the other side of the curve, which means EGTs started to go back down again. So it actually didn't even have high EGTs, didn't have enough fuel to knock, it just straight misfired. So in fact, it sounded like a rev limiter or launch control just sitting on the limit. There was nothing really bad happening. So that's good. Looks like what my setup will be a G3770. Yes, the 770, the G3770 is a freaking ripper. Let me tell you, that is a hell of a turbo. That is one of my favorite street turbos, if not my favorite street turbo. The G3770. That thing rocks. On any engine, 2.5, 2.3, that freaking rocks. Especially with a set of cams, that is, it's a badass turbo. So you're gonna have a good time with that. Oh, you know that you're the Steven that's in my class, right? What's your freaking name in my class? I forget. Not Omega, right? Alpha something, I think, right? Is it the same Steven? If not, you're gonna dig it. It's gonna be good. The 660 is good too. I like the 3660. Don't like the 25-660 unless you're on like a 2-liter. But if you're on a 2.5 or 2.3, you want the bigger 3660 for it to really shine. I have one that I have a rolling launch set up on it, and with the rolling launch control at 2800 RPM, I can make 20 pounds of boost on that thing. So you can just 2800 RPM, pull back on the cruise stock, and Omega Alpha. Oh, so I did have both together. You can pull back on the stock and enables the rolling launch on that car, and at 2800 RPM, you'll have 20 pounds of boost and you let go of that fucking thing, and it hits hard. So the 660s are riot too, but the 770 is by far my favorite street turbo. This one I originally was really down on, but turns out the cam was unplugged. So now that we got the cam plugged back in, that last one, that blue line there, is where we get to before we drop a cylinder because the injector wasn't opening up. So it looks like we'll be pretty good amount of boost at 45, which is good. Because right now on that last pull, right before the stuff kicked in, we were at right at 14 pounds. So it got right to about 14 pounds of boost at maybe a smidge less than that, at 4100. So on the engine, so that works. 4200. Nice. Yeah, so we're getting about 14 pounds at like 42, 4300 on that 900. It might be even better once you get the other injector plugged in.
Probably.
I mean, a lot. A lot was spent on just making the fucking thing run right.
Yeah, but it was just that.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, how much effort have you been trying to get full right now?
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do. You can't do much. You can throw cam timing at it and lean it out a smidge. That's it. That's all you got. You don't have any options in spool. Say what? Oh yeah, it's got 40 degrees of cam timing in it. He's busy. He's fixing my car. Why don't you let me talk to her?
Full start is very good. Dom said he wants it. Here, I'll hand you to him.
He's working on my car. The one that's on the dyno that I got to tune here. So tell me what's up with your car.
So, I don't, okay, so I'm telling like, I haven't heard if this thing will start normal, so I don't know what it sounds like before,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still, it's like, verbally.
Oh yeah, cold start on an FA is going to go like that. That's what they sound like cold start.
It does that, but I don't fluctuate like that.
Okay, did I tune it or is it on stock tune or what is it?
It's on stuff.
Stock tune. And then do you have an access port or anything? Okay, and do you have any deletes, TGB, EGR, and that kind of stuff?
I mean, I have lots of stuff.
So it's just a muffler delete. Okay, and how many miles are on it?
On the new engine or
New one. What's the new one?
the new engine?
Guesstimate. You can't be that close.
The engine's at 90%.
So less than 10,000 miles. Okay, and they like cleaned all the valves and all that stuff was done, so it's not doesn't need like a walnut blast or nothing like that.
Well, the walnut blast was done right before the engine got replaced.
Okay, yeah, so the valves were clean and all that stuff. Okay. So the valves are clean and everything supposedly works. You got no check engine lights. And how much does idle fluctuate?
I would say it fluctuates between like 700 and 1600 RPM.
When it's warming up? Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. So what it should be when it's cold, it starts up, it should go almost to 2,000, like between 1,700 and 2,000, and be really loud and annoying and sit there for a while, then get quieter for a little while, and then sit there pretty high, like 1,500, until it's almost fully warmed, and then the idle suddenly drop, boom, down to like 750. Is basically how they're supposed to behave.
I thought it was normal, but this is like
It's surging. Wow, 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 like that. Is that what it's doing? Yeah, that part's expected. That part I would expect. So does that only do it when it's cold starting? And then at what temperature would you think that was? Like, do you have any idea what temperature it is? Like immediately after cold start or after it runs for like 30 seconds to a minute and then it starts doing that? Uh-huh.
it feels like a normal startup, but then I started up, so after I warmed on for like a day, and I worked my side out, but it's still, I think, like 100 degrees, it's not even ready.
Mm-hmm.
That is like on the temperature.
And that's when the oscillation starts? Okay. Yeah, well, oscillation is not normal. Like, it's going to always be burbling poppy until almost 150 degrees or so. But it shouldn't, like, change RPM. It should be this loud and then slowly come down and then come down and stop. You know, it should never go down and then back up, down and back up, nothing like that. So it shouldn't oscillate around the target. That would be very helpful. Yeah. Okay. That would be helpful. And then, now is that the problem it's been doing for a while? Or is that a new one? Yeah, they were really bad. I saw them. They were pretty bad. Is other stuff running better than before? Yeah, okay. Okay. Are you catless? You just took the mufflers off. Okay. Still have your cats. Okay. Okay. I mean, there could be a little leak. It could be an evap leak, maybe. Evap system could cause some issues if there was if the evap line was cracked or something, because it's going to be sucking in from the evap system during start, and if it's drawing in air instead of fuel vapor, it'll run the wrong air-fuel ratio and it'll confuse it. So there could be an evap issue. You'd smell fuel too. So I would say he did spill a bunch, yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, well, okay. How about after you fill the tank? Have you done that yet? I know it's only been a few days. Have you put gas in it yet and smell more fuel afterwards? Okay. Well, maybe give that a shot at some point too as one of your testings, and put a bunch of gas in it and see if you smell more fuel after that. Because that would help confirm an evap system leak. Because when you fill it up, you push that fuel vapor out. Okay. Yeah, do that and let us know. Let me know, let Lane know, whichever. Probably me, since I'm more the troubleshooting guy. And then yeah, or my phone, whatever. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Send it to me. But you have my business number. It's on the website, and that goes to me, so you can text that or video that or whatever too. So, and I have an iPhone. I don't know if you have an iPhone or not.
I don't.
You're an Android guy, like Lane. Lane's an Android boy. I used to be until a couple years ago. Yeah, I would start there. I would start with that. Make sure that the fuel smell isn't one of our root causes, or there's not like a leak. Maybe something's leaking. So we'll check, the next step, I'd say we check evap, check fuel leak, and then if he has a smoke test, doing the smoke test on it, so they just did a bunch of work to it, and see if something just pinched or gasket rolled over or something. He was all up in that shit for sure. Yeah, elbows deep. He was like, split my elbow. All right, Sammy. You're welcome. I'll see you. Bye. Oh. Oh, shit. That hurts. Oh. Sorry. Oops. Yeah, that's my daily life though, honestly. If it's not here over the phone, it's here in the shop, helping these guys out with cars, people calling me, emailing me, all that kind of stuff. I do a lot of troubleshooting. That's just the daily grind. Let me pull up my on shape. I'll use my phone, so I have on this laptop. Let's see what other things I had going on. Oh, my new crankshaft pulley. I'm working on that. I got that design finalized. Waiting for the quotes to come in for that to get that done. The new crankshaft pulley is pretty sweet, and damping system is pretty sweet on it. Looking forward to that. I'm doing some boat stuff. I'm doing the Honda stuff. See my water air set up on the bug eye. Yeah, I was confused by what I was seeing on that. Was that your water heat exchanger you put in the scoop? I was trying to understand what was going on there. That's a place to put it. I don't know if I'd rely on that being the only heat exchanger right there in the scoop, unless you got that thing fully sealed to the scoop or the hood at least, because you need a lot of airflow over that to get rid of that heat, right? Like the amount of heat removal in that location with the water air is going to be less than if you just had a top mount in there. That's basically what I'm trying to say. So it's not going to be a net gain in that position in steady state. Like you're not going to get a benefit from that. So the benefit of the air water is put the water exchanger in the front like you would if you had a front mount, but you wouldn't have the increased volume that you would have with a front mount by having just go from turbo exchanger throttle body, right? So you get faster spool, and then you also gain the stability of all the water volume. With it in that top setup, then you run into a lot of issues with airflow over it, and then be able to handle a concurrently or a consistent load. You run the benefit of driving and having all that water mass cool off, so that when you go do a quick 1 to 4 rip or something, you have all that mass cooled off, and it'll be more stable throughout the rip. But on a track day, you're going to be overheating the air water intercooling system. The temp's not going to get low enough for you. That's not going to be good. So you need to maximize the airflow over it. And that did not look too big to go in front, so I'm not sure what was hindering you, but it doesn't look too big to go out front. I got heat exchangers on cars that are the size of radiators out in front. I've got some that are, this freaking wide and this tall, sitting in front of the AC condenser, mounted to the front of that, and that would never fit in the scoop. So I'm not sure what you mean by it's too big. I'm sure you could figure something out. But you could also run that and then run another longer, skinnier one in front of the radiator and run the two in series, and that'd be beneficial too for your overall cooling. So, what does Ken say? I have to upgrade from the first one. What does that mean? What did I miss? WXSs are sweet. They had a modded one of those when I went to UTI back in the day. I do like them. They're pretty cool. Those are cool. Awesome catching live one. I'll show you some of this. Troubleshooting over the phone. Did you see my water? So I have to upgrade from the first one. I don't know what you mean, Kenneth. I must have missed something there. Oh, my crank pulley. Oh, sure. Yeah, so the new one is honestly really cool. The design came to me when I was just trying to figure out how to get a good damper system mixed in with it. Right? I had the initial one, and you may have seen it. And now that I'm not using it, I think I might show pictures of it. But I haven't shown pictures of it because it is really fucking cool, honestly. And I didn't want the design to be stolen, and some people have stolen my designs. But since I'm not using that design anymore, I might show what it is. But it bolted to the front of the pulley. And for a lot of cars, that was okay, but for most of the cars, it wasn't. The GDs would barely have enough room to clear it to the fans. GCs would not clear. VAs and GRs would both be fine. And so I really like the first design better for the damper, but for the pulley, I like the second design better. So The second pulley also has adjustable weights, like I talked about in the first one. Okay, like I had for the first one, but this is even better, and it's super freaking cool. In fact, I can show you if you haven't seen it yet. Have you seen it yet? The new one? Maybe not. Maybe I'll just show you. I don't have Onshape on this computer yet, but I could log into it, figure it out. Oh, there it is. I'm logged in. That was easy. All right. Okay, let me add that to my, it is fucking cold outside right now. So this is the new one that you see here on the screen. This here is just a bolt-on weight. That's not even a, I don't have a mouse. So here's the new pulley, and that's a weight that you bolt into it. And it comes in different sizes. I have different different thicknesses. Here's the pulley without the weight. Let's go back to here. Here's the bolt-on weight here. You see the configuration of it. It says 2.5 pounds. So I can change it to the small one, just a beauty ring, no weight. So it's just a lightweight pulley. What happened? What happened? What's it? Where's it breaking at?
Just the fucking wire. Literally, the wire's just breaking it.
That's weird.
Yep.
And then does that harness go through the firewall, or what is it?
No, I put a nose connector.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's where the power is teeing off the injector 3. Right, so injector comes off, splits power, runs one leg down to the secondary. You know, so power's bottom,
Yeah.
top one. It's where that jumper is. As soon as I touch it, just like close it down.
Weird.
Yep, like literally the second I touch it.
So the wire's stupid brittle for some reason.
For some reason. And it's not even just the insulation, it's the wire itself too. Because the wire's breaking down. But it's not corroded.
What kind of wire is it?
I don't know. It's the same shit I always use. It's just the TXL that I have.
I wonder if it reacted with some ethanol or something, or some heat.
Could be.
He says the TXL shit from like race wire, or from?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not from them. I don't remember where we got it from. But it's good stuff. It's not.
Race Spec Online or whatever.
So it could have been from one of them. But I gotta figure out what I need to fix that.
Yeah. Gotcha. I gotcha. All right, so with the pulley here, the beauty ring makes the whole thing lighter, and then you can buy the different weights. I have different weights spec'd out to change the weight so we can make it heavy. Boop. So there's the heavy version, and that's 3 pounds of weight. It makes the whole thing, I think, 5 pounds, if I recall correctly. Okay. So if I click this guy, then I click this guy. It's not working. What? Oh, so I gotta click this. So yeah, 4.8 pounds with the whole thing. And if I change the weight, so you see it's 1.7 pounds with just the pulley, and then I change the weight, you bolt on the front. Now it's a bit of a press-on fit because you don't want there to be vibrations in there for any corrosion. So it's a press fit. And so to get it off, I have holes tapped in the back that you would run screws through to push the old one out if you needed to. And then the damper fits inside as well. I don't think I have it in here. This one? Nope, that's a bearing. Nope, not there. I haven't opened this file in a while, so. Bolt-on weight. Oh, here we go. Do that. And then this. Nope, that's not it. That's something else. Okay, I gotta find where my damper is, though. My new connecting rod, LS water pump stuff, my old caps you guys have seen. This one. Nope, not that one. That's an old one. Well, it's in here somewhere. I need a mouse. This isn't a friendly website for your fingers on a touchpad. 3.5, I think, maybe 4. 3.5 or 4 on the old pulley. I think so. I don't recall. It's on the website. But this gives you the ability to make it lighter or make it heavier. Based on what the car needs. You know, if you need to be more responsive for the kind of racing you're doing. You got a heavier clutch. You don't need as much rotate, like a big twin plate on there. That's not a lightened twin plate either. Then you can go to a lighter one. Or vice versa. If you got, you know, one of those clutches that's got small diameter plates and a bunch of holes in the flywheel and it's super lightweight and you need a little more weight on the nose, then you can go to the bigger one. So, yeah, that's why I did it. I thought it'd be pretty cool. Okay, well, I don't think this is happening. It's 4:15. He's got other work to do, and he's got to make a harness for this injector and shit. So I don't think we're getting any further on this car today. Gonna have to give it another shot, I think Wednesday. Tomorrow I'll be going to the doctor, getting some allergy shots and things like that. So unfortunately, I think today's a bust as far as tuning goes. But, you know, that happens. So, anyways, sorry guys, but I think we're done. He went to go make a jumper harness, but that's not going to work, you know, long term, and I don't think we're going to do it. So, anyways, thanks for stopping by, guys. I appreciate you. Hope you guys all have a great day, and peace out. Is that the right thing to say? I need to get a closer, right? I need some kind of closing comment. So if you got a good idea of something I can say to close out my streams a little bit, maybe that'd be nice. I don't know. Maybe that's just for entertainers, but I don't know, some way of saying goodbye to let you guys know that I won't forget about you. So thanks. I appreciate you. Have a good